Hey, what's my, oh, don't tell me my combination. I'll ask you in a minute. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to this edition of the Nantucket Historic District Commission. It is Tuesday, of course, because that's when we meet, May 13th, just after 4 p.m. Please make sure your mics are on. Can I get a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
All in favor say aye. It'll be regular board and Connie.
Aye.
Any opposed? That's a good start. Let's see, we've got the Commonwealth's comments. This meeting is being audio-video recorded. It will be shown on the town's YouTube. Please don't share or say anything you don't want to be there. If anyone wants to record us, you can do so. Please let the chair know, which happens to be me. HCC announcements, public comment email. On the agenda, just above the bars indicating the items discussed in the agenda, is some information that indicates the HCC-related comments and/or concerns can be sent to hdcpubliccomment@nantucket-ma.gov. Comments are due by 8 a.m. the Monday prior to the meeting. We've said that for a few weeks now. Why don't we do one more week? I'm sorry, yeah. Let's see, announcements, we did that. Commissioner discussion and vote, historic determination form. Holly had previously presented us with a modification or a new form pattern after the like-kind application. I think we've all reviewed it. If no one has comments, we'll motion for a vote to accept and adopt. And if anyone has comments, please let me know now.
Mr. Chair, Val Oliver,
Val?
is the thing about the energy code going to be added to that we discussed?
So energy code's there, and then there is some language that Holly and I had developed relevant to current Department of Energy resources language that will go in a form letter.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Anyone else? I'll say to be regular board, establishing for the minutes maker, Angus, Abby, Val, myself, and we'll activate Carrie on this. Is there a motion?
Motion to approve the historic determination form.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
That carries unanimously. Okay, consent. Val, you are recusing?
Let me see.
Anyone else?
Yes, I am.
Okay, Joe will be the active alternate. Joe, you there?
I am, yes.
Excellent, thank you. Good evening, by the way, or good afternoon. Do we have a motion for consent?
So moved.
Let's see, we'll do a voice vote. Angus on your motion?
Aye.
Abby?
Aye.
Joe?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. 1, 2, 3, 4, and Carrie.
Aye.
Thank you, that covers it. Blewett Court, do we have?
They blew it.
Oh, consent with conditions, right, sorry, I did that. Do we have a motion on consent with conditions, 7 Blewett Court Spa?
Motion to approve.
That'll be Connie as the alternate. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Carries unanimously.
Mr. Chair?
Yeah.
The applicant has his hand raised, so he might understand.
Soki,
He just
keep
got
your hand down, you're approved.
Yeah,
Good advice.
that was quick.
Yes, good, thanks, Val. Okay, we had a view, first item open for discussion. Additional discussion. We had a view scheduled from May 6th of 62 Winoma Way, a fence. The board is, hi, Anna.
Hi.
The board, Ray's not here, Commissioner Pohl is not present, so it is Welch, McLeod, Thornwell, Paul, and no alternate. So you have a 4-person board. Would you like to proceed with just the 4 of us?
Yes.
Okay. And your voice is gone.
Still gone.
Oh,
I'm
even,
sorry.
yeah, it's okay. Do we have a sign language interpreter here?
What the heck's going on out there?
Thumbs up.
Yes, exactly. That's good. Keep it simple.
I want to know the alphabet.
All right, let's see. Why don't we, I mean, we saw what we saw. Why don't we just quickly go through the presentation as opposed to having you labor to speak and save your voice if we have any questions? Would you just flip us through the pages quickly? Thank you. Okay, do you guys want a reminder on what we were looking at, or you're all
I'm
good?
not on it.
Anyone?
I don't need a reminder.
Okay. Or do we want to just move right into discussion?
Yeah.
Perfect. Abby, why don't you begin?
Okay, so my only concern was along, I think it's Winoma, is it Winoma?
Yes.
Winoma Way, because that is a traveled route. And I think my only concern would be, I'm okay with the fencing, it's awfully high, but if it could be pulled into the natural vegetation along Winoma Way, and as much as you can along the path, so that people, on that public way aren't looking just at, stakes and fencing material.
Okay, Abby, can I just ask you to clarify when you say, when you pull it in as much as you can, as the authority having jurisdiction, why don't you tell us what you want it to be?
Especially concerned about along Winoma Way, where it's right next to the public way. I would pull that into the brush. Specifically, I'd say 5 feet,
Or 10?
so that it's sort of just,
Yeah,
or 10.
yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
just to be clear to the applicant,
Yeah.
that's all I was striving for. And then I'll also be able to determine if we have consensus. That's the only reason.
Can you clarify where Winoma Way is?
Angus?
So, yes, along Winoma Way, there aren't any deer fences like this. Again, they're like temporary things that, go up during the winter and then come back down. But as far as like a permanent fence, this is unusual in that area, out of character. But the part that concerns me the most is along the public way here, and not so much here, because that right now feels like it's you're walking along a prison wall or something in a natural environment, so it feels very unusual. But the blue line here is where it's proposed to go. So there is a setback, and what I was hearing in the last meeting is that might even be too close to the wetland as it's drawn. So I guess we could cross that bridge when we get to it. But I would definitely want this setback so that it's really screened by the vegetation. It's a relatively large lot, and there's a lot of landscaping within the lot, but everyone on the outside is faced with a wall of 8-foot fence. So that would be my recommendation, is to move that in 10 or 15 feet, whatever it takes to get the vegetation on the public side of it to screen it. Thank you.
Thanks, Angus. Let's see, Carrie?
I agree with the others, but I do think the gate seems very heavy, and I'd like to see it pushed back further into the property, not right on that little cul-de-sac. And the fencing, it seems like the posts are 8 feet apart, and it's very tall, so the proportion is just really not attractive at all, and it feels out of place out there. The fence also between this property and the one, what is it, southeast of it, it's on the outside of a big tall set of, year-round green trees, and it just seems opposite of what it should be. It should be on the inside of the property from those trees. Yeah, I think it's that first stretch from the gates back to where it turns that really needs to be rethought, pushed quite a ways in, and maybe change the wooden posts to those, a metal one in between each one, like every, 20 feet of each wood, 20 feet apart with a 10, there you go, right there. It just is just so much. And yeah.
They're 10 feet
Can you
apart.
scroll down to this one a little bit, too? Okay. Anything else, Carrie?
No, I hope I was clear. I don't know.
Yeah, I think so. Joe?
Yeah, I agree with the comments that have been made regarding pushing the fence in along Winoma, and I also share Carrie's concerns about the gate. I think the gate should be moved in at least 20 feet into the property, and I think 10 feet additional along Winoma would be helpful. The fence that's on the interior along the blue line, I'm okay with.
Okay, thanks. And we'll actually, without prejudice, strike Abby's comments because she's not on this one. Sorry.
Oh,
We're off to a great start. Okay, so my thoughts are, I agree, the gate back 20 feet. I think well, clearly the layout of the entryway can support that. It's not going to be in the middle of a driveway. There's a long passageway beyond the existing gate on the house side. So I'd say gate 20 feet back. I agree with Carrie inside the existing plant material, if there's a row of material, or if it's more of an indigenous planting material and it's just brush, then it needs to be within that grouping as opposed to in front of it. So fence not in front of plant material. I don't mind the posts so much. I would prefer them to be stained with like an invisible green paint. They're just going to blend in better, I think. I've been looking at the gray. That works too. These are cedar posts. They're going to gray out pretty well. But no caps on the posts. It changes the whole nature of the fence into something that's meant to be less utilitarian and more decorative. And to my mind, these are anything but decorative. I don't know if we can get a motion out of that. I would suggest along the lines of what we've all said, which I don't think anyone is going to be against the gate being inset. So gate 20 feet, the fencing material along Winoma at least 10 feet back, and in any event, not in front of any existing vegetation, and to be screened, post no caps, and then I think the only thing we haven't resolved is whether they change out every other post to metal, or do they just on the Winoma side? Okay, so Winoma. Is there anyone who has a concern with that in the form of Carrie's Exhibit A? Yeah. Yeah, and also I think we implicitly acknowledge that there will be a return that runs parallel to the driveway of the fencing on both sides, and it should meet the same conditions. So there's a lot of movement, but the fence can stay. And what we'll do is we'll draw up an Exhibit A. You good with that, Carrie?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's Carrie's motion for an Exhibit A, is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you. On your motion?
Aye.
Joe?
aye.
Angus?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. Okay, that carries you. Pardon me? I'm not going to address that right now.
And it was
Yeah.
already paid.
Well, I would just say that I think that the significance of the amount of time and labor involved in moving this fence is kind of a fee itself. It's not like somebody has a house that's they built a foot taller or closer to the road or something like that. So the as-built fee's been paid, so be it, but I would just say that it probably wouldn't have been something I pursued. Okay, we have a motion, it passed. Carrie will do the Exhibit A. You're good to go, you guys got some fence to move.
Okay.
Okay, check with Concom though first, make sure, so you don't have to,
Yeah, I confirmed with the consultant, and they authorize us to do on the 50 feet.
the 50 foot.
Yes.
Okay. All right, good luck with it, Anna, and good luck with your voice coming back.
Thank you.
Okay, we're now going to move on.
Mr. Chair,
Yeah,
Chip Webster has his hand raised.
Chip Webster.
Yeah, I know.
Chip, are you here to acknowledge your presence, or did you have something on that particular application?
Must be moved over.
Oh.
Probably. He probably wants to be moved over to panelists, which I just did.
something coming up after me.
Yeah, I think we're just going to go right to Val.
Stephen, I was just looking to be our panelist, so I'm all in. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Do we have, well, Val's getting set up. Kathy, do we have chat facility? I think, can we ask, because, well, it's Zoom, right? Yes. Yeah, they just turn it off. Yeah. Well, let's talk about it, because it's like a back end thing you can, we could, yeah. Okay, thank you. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so Val, your board is myself, Angus, Abby, Joe, and Connie. And this is a addition at 4 Spruce Lane? Okay,
Okay, thank you, Val Oliver for the applicant.
4 Spruce Street.
Page 3. So when you guys reviewed this, the first time, it was pretty well received, actually. Joe said the direction he thought was appropriate. Angus' most concern was the height of the mast that has a blank wall on the south. And on Spruce Street, Stephen, you had a question about it being RC2 zoning. I don't know the answer to that. It used to be probably, I'm not sure it is now, and that you had thought a garrison style might be the way to break up the wall plane. And Abby's concern was the negative mass on the east. So I'm starting you off with, in case you didn't go to view it, which I hope you did. The first page is the neighborhood context, and I'm showing you all the buildings around it, including this building, so you can see what the visibility actually is of this building that nobody knew was there even. And in fact, when I took the picture from Orange Street, that was in the spring, it's now totally obliterated from Orange Street. The next page, Fiona, is the view from Washington Street by that barn that's on the curve, looking toward the property. Next page. This is interior shots of the property and more close-up shots of the property, so you can see exactly what you're looking at and from where. Okay. The next page, I just wanted to show there is a precedent for cut-in balconies in the area. And I also put the GIS map there so you can have a view looking down to see what you actually can see. And this really is interior to the little buildings around it, or big buildings around it. Okay, next page is the site plan, which you're familiar with. Our building is the building right closest to Spruce Street on the south there. Stephen, I thought that was a good idea about the garrison style, but we're at ZBA, and I think asking for any incremental increase closer to the property line was kind of frowned upon. So I have given 3 options. I also want to point out that this is a visibility issue as well, and you really don't see this house, even with the increase in height, I don't believe you'll see it. So I'm suggesting 3 different options for breaking up that wall plane, because we had to take the roof and porch away on that side. I think the band across lends itself to the garrison idea, and I'm just offering different choices of materials to sort of give it interest and break it up. We added a porch over the stairs to the cellar on the south side, which I think was next page, Fiona. It was a concern because it was a big blank wall. So I think that really helps that. I did drop the second floor 6 inches to 7.6 wall height. And next page, east is the negative mass that was of concern, but I will point out that it's only the east that you see it. The walls are on the sides north and south, so it just looks like a regular massing. And that is the least visual side of the house facing toward the yard. And those were the changes that we made.
Thank you, Val. Does anyone have any questions for Val? No? Okay, Val, I do.
Okay.
So if I understand this correctly, the view from Orange Street is showing twice. Can we go to the first set of images?
Did I not show the
Yeah,
second?
no, I just want to make sure I understand.
Okay.
Can we zoom in on that lower left? That one?
Yeah.
More?
Yep,
Okay, so this is the view from close up to the house on the right that there's a blue arrow to, and it shows the gable, but not the first story structure that will be changing.
no, so that is showing you the house that's on the street in front of it?
So I'm saying back, what's back, that's the house right in the back?
Yeah, way back.
Yeah, okay, so the rest of the house is, what's primarily being modified is obscured.
Correct, and actually, I should have taken a picture right now, because now the trees have leaves on them, and
And thank you, can we go skip the next image and go to the next one down? Lower one, and then this is the same view, but a little further to the left.
which one? Sorry.
Where is this view from?
So that's us standing perhaps in front of the house, looking toward the street. So that's what our interior
So it's
view,
the reverse.
right,
Okay, because I was confused about the roof line, it
Yeah.
didn't look right. Okay,
Yep.
so that's what I needed to know, thank you.
yeah.
Okay, who would like to begin?
I had one question. In option B, what the material was to the, below that water table board.
And option B is white cedar shingle, and then maybe a clapboard above.
Okay. Should I go ahead?
Please.
So I appreciate the changes and the context photos. I appreciate the breaking up that high wall on the south side with the roof over the stairwell. I guess with the shadows and so forth, it's not imperative to have a window, but it's the south side. It seems like, a window would be, at least one window would be welcome underneath that porch. But all things considered, it's not a must in my book. But as far as that, option B would probably be my favorite, but with the clapboard part being shingle and the lower part being whatever is to the left of it below the shingles. Is that lattice and foundation, or what is that in
Yeah.
option B? But something, I think that makes it feel lower, and also because it's just the proximity to the marsh and the water and the harbor and all that, it makes it feel like it's elevated off the wet, and I feel like anything that's wood down below isn't going to read as well as something that would be masonry or look like a, foundation or airspace or something.
So actually, option A with the lower part being lattice?
That looks like vertical boarding, though.
Yeah, I know, but you're
Oh,
talking,
but with lattice, yeah.
yeah,
Yeah, I mean, I don't know whether that needs to be masonry or wood, but something that looks more like a foundation.
okay.
Okay, thanks, Angus. Let's see, Joe.
Um, I appreciate, well, first of all, it's a unique house as it is. And you got me to go down the street for the first time in the 28 years that I've lived on Nantucket. So it's not a very highly traveled area, and I think a lot of the changes are happening to the interior. And I appreciate that the most visible side has the porch now. I agree with Angus's comment about a window, but it it wouldn't be the end of the world if there isn't a window. I appreciate the porch. Um, I don't have an issue with the inset deck, and I think you can only view it, you only see it straight on, and that's interior to the property. As far as the options go on the, well, I guess it's the east and west elevation. So I had a question. If one of these options occurs where you've got the water table line, or I guess it's a floor line, would that also occur on the opposite elevation, which I guess would be the east side, or is that detail only being proposed on the west elevation?
I was only proposing it on the west at this
Okay.
point. Yeah.
Okay. Um, of the three, option A, I thought could work, especially if those vertical boards were potentially painted. I don't know if that's in line with what Angus was thinking. Certainly wouldn't have an issue if there was some lattice that's over that. I like the narrative that Angus described, and it does start to make it seem like it's a single story mast that's just been elevated off the ground.
Yep.
But I think the idea of a water table and a differentiation of materials makes a lot of sense. And I think the shingles being on the upper portion makes more sense than the clapboards. Hopefully that helps.
Okay,
Those are my
thank you.
comments.
Thanks, Joe. Connie?
So, Val, I appreciate all the changes. I'm having a hard time selecting which option, I'll be honest. I'm listening to what everyone's saying. I personally like option C, but I don't think that has gained a lot of traction, so I'm open to any suggestions, but I do appreciate what you've done. Thank you.
Thanks, Abby.
So Val,
Okay.
the seawall, is that why that tallest mast went up? Because that was added, or how did that tallest mast get so high to 29 feet?
Is that existing
What's that? Sorry.
on the left? The gable forward to the west is what Abby's asking about, right?
Yeah, did that get, so what was the height of that originally?
It's a split level, so it's like the foundation is up 5 or 6 feet, then there's one floor, and the other, it's essentially like a 1.5 story.
Val, what is the height of the existing gable?
I don't have that in
Forward.
front of me, I can't tell you.
Okay.
This is what you see now from looking for.
No, I've got a good picture of it right now, but it looks like 26 feet, so I'm just wondering how you got to 29. But, so I went down there, and it is a public way to the harbor, so it's very visible. And I kind of miss the old funkiness of this sort of split level house and its scale. And now it looks a little more generic to me, and not that sort of funky house you might see near a beachside. And I think partly it's because of the massing being similar and making it appear boxy and not so beachy. So for me, we would have to bring down the additive massing a little bit more to be a little more quirky, a little more like it was originally. So I think it's missing a lot of its original sort of funk.
Gotcha.
Thank you.
I don't disagree with Abby, but I think it's approvable. I appreciate the modification that kind of reflects the garrison nature. It's an interesting study when you look at the three options. It really makes between that and a modification of the materials from the first and second floor really makes the perception of the height of the structure is dramatically different, and I think in a beneficial way. I don't have a problem with I don't have a concern with either the clapboard on the lower portion, so option B. Let me just see here, make sure I got this right. Oh, either option A or option B, but with the clapboard on the lower portion. Frankly, I don't think it's a great fit. I think option A would be better, natural to weather. I presume that's like a cedar board?
Yeah,
Okay. And to the extent it's visible from Orange Street, then maybe the lattice, but I'm not sure it's necessary. It may be necessary to get a vote, but, and the other reason that I prefer the vertical in that, because especially if that happens, is because you're gonna have a water shedding plane that has vertical lines in it versus horizontal. And if it's gonna be behind a lattice, I think that's, from a building science standpoint, very appropriate. That's all I would suggest there. No concerns with the other elements. You demonstrated, local area, the inset deck. Did we just start? Oh, that's all right, Matt. Matt's catching up.
I was like, what?
Lastly, I mean, I get what Abby's saying. Sorry, that gable grows, but I think given its location that it's not inappropriate, or it's not approvable. Okay,
May I-
go ahead.
May I
Yeah,
just
go
make
ahead.
one comment? I would just refer back to the site plan. There is no ability to go out in this house. He has 4 kids, and we need a little more space, so the only option we have is to go up.
Oh, you're speaking to the overall program.
Right.
Okay, just want to make sure I understood. Okay, Joe, Angus, is somebody, Connie, Abby?
And it's been their house since 1965.
Looking for a motion.
I have a question related to your comments, Stephen.
Yeah, go ahead.
Were you suggesting that essentially it's option A with horizontal boards or vertical boards? I didn't follow that description.
The vertical boards, I think, are approvable. I would be concerned, I'm not as supportive of the vertical boards on the first, or the horizontal boards on the first floor. If we're gonna require lattice, I think we should only be going with the vertical.
Okay, then I would make a motion to approve option A with a lattice. Doesn't have to be the diamond lattice, but some kind of a lattice on that west elevation,
Lower portion.
Lower
the lower
portion.
portion of it, correct, below the water table.
And Joe, we'd want to do, just to facilitate moving this forward in the office in Exhibit A. Can you do that?
Yeah, I can do that.
Okay, so Joe's motion is Exhibit A, which is option A, but to include lattice of either matching what's there or not, I presume matching. And on your motion, Joe,
Aye.
Connie,
Aye.
Angus,
Aye.
Abby.
I'm an A.
So for the record, Abby Camp's a no, I'm a yes. So that carries 4 in favor, 1 opposed. All right?
Thank you.
Okay, we're on to 4 Van Fleet. That was another view. Commissioners Welch, Camp, McLeod, Patton, Thornwell. Alternate, should he be needed, is Joe in the future. And there are 2 of these in a row, and it's the same board in each.
Van Fleet.
Chip, when you're ready.
Yes, good evening, members of the board. Chip Webster on behalf of the applicant for a new dwelling at 4 Van Fleet. I'm going to share the screen. So at the last meeting, this was held for review. So I have a supplemental presentation showing photographs of the poles and some additional renderings, which I'd like to walk through. This first page shows characteristic two-story buildings in the area on the little locus in the upper right. You can see the locations of these photographs, A, B, and C, that are long-time nevers. There are two things that we're looking to illustrate from these photos. One is this is the typical vegetation of the entire region. It's primarily scrub oak up to a certain height. And you can see in these photographs, hides the first floor, but the second floor or gable elements of the roof do pop up above that, which was the general feeling of the board at the last meeting, that the top section would probably be visible. This is a locus of the following photographs of their location, and they're numbered. You can see I started in Van Fleet Circle with number 1 at the top and followed down Van Fleet, down Tom Nevers, and then around to the rear. So there are 16 photos that we took. I'll point out while we're on this one that we will be looking, the two most visible locations are number 2, that's on Van Fleet Circle, and that's because you get a view down the neighbor's driveway. You can see kind of in this locus how that lines up. And number 15, which is behind at the low point towards those Tom Nevers fields. So all of these have the pictures of those specific locations with the ridge poles in them and a arrow showing where the location of the house would be. So we're just going to kind of go around these quickly. We can look at more detail. And then these are the renderings I was speaking of. So this is that from the Van Fleet Circle looking down the neighbor's driveway, which is by far the most visible section from that side. We took the house in 3D and lined it up exactly with the poles. And we even left the poles in here a little bit to kind of see them sort of faintly in front of the structure to make sure we got the scale correctly. And then around to the rear at that low point, I'm sorry, number 14, it's just adjacent to the low point, it's most visible. And again, we left the poles in here so you can see how the pole relates to the house. You can also see some in this photograph to the right and to the left a little bit, some of the other houses of the area and how the scale of the house fits in. Okay, so did it switch on your side? We should be looking at the site plan of the property. Did that switch okay?
Yes,
Yeah.
it switched.
Good. Okay, so this is the application for the main house. Again, we have the locus map in the upper left. We have the site plan showing the location of the house. As I pointed out in the original presentation, the location of the house is over 400 feet back from Van Fleet Circle. It also slopes down towards that area so that it's lower on the site. What I took from the first meeting was the general consensus of the board was to lower the entire structure. And it was recommended that it needed to come down 2 feet or more. So what we did was a combination of things. We lowered the top of door and window height from an originally proposed 8'4" to 7 feet, 11.5 inches. So we dropped that. We also dropped ceiling height, and we also dropped the house on the grade by implementing a mud sill in many locations. That gave us the aggregate ability to drop the main mass of the house over 2 feet, 2 feet, 4 inches. As you can see in this drawing, the blue line was original. And we further dropped the wings because there was also a comment at the original board to try to get some more differentiation between those. We dropped those a full 3 feet. So, and then that is the east elevation, which is the front. This is the west elevation, which is the rear, and then the 2 side elevations. So I will take it back to the front and turn over to the board for questions and comments. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Chip. So let's see, Abby?
Yeah, so thanks for lowering the height there, Chip. Appreciate that. So, yeah, this is pretty obscured, and tell me if I'm wrong, these massing stagger back.
Yes, through the chair, that is correct. So that was to
Okay.
break it up and make it feel a little more informal.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah, I like that. I think it sort of goes with the landscape too, to have it staggered, so it's not appearing as one mass. I think I went out there, pretty hard to find. But so those C windows are awfully large, and I was wondering if they couldn't go to your F window or 2 of the ganged G windows, just to keep it a little bit more like a scale that we're used to. You can see everything out there. It's mostly scrub oak. But if the board doesn't like that idea, I mean, everybody's got their own opinion. Maybe we could do some spot vegetation so we're not looking at those windows. I just think they're a little inappropriate. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's see.
I'll go.
Thank you.
I went out there before the ridgepoles, unfortunately, but my main concern is the rear elevation, the west. It just, from that sort of fairgrounds parking lot area, it's really close to that. I mean, the existing building is tiny compared to this, and it's a third of the way back on the site compared to this. So I'm really weary of the view from that Tom Nevers field area, especially at night. I think this reads about the scale of 3 houses to the one to the south of this in terms of scale. There's a larger scale locus, and there's a couple houses plotted on there. And then the direction, it's facing directly towards those fields. I'm not worried about from the circle road, because it's set back so far, but also the connector windows, I think too many of a good thing is a bad thing. I think you've got like 5 of these humongous windows in this house. I'd say choose one and use it wisely. It just gets old when it's every connector. The other thing is the 3 gables. I'm not sure why one isn't turned so you have an eave forward to minimize that city feeling out there. That's it. Thanks.
Thank you, Carrie. Who would like to go next?
I can.
Connie?
So I still believe that this building is quite massive. I think the first floor looks very tall. I think there's a lot of glazing. I think there's like a lot of fenestration, which I understand that we probably, with the scrub oaks, you're not going to see it, but I still am concerned about the amount of fenestration on this building. I understand that it has decreased in height, but I think that we may be able to squeeze a little bit more out of it and reduce its width. Thank you.
Thank you, Connie. Angus?
Thank you. I share everybody's concerns. Each of the commissioners has mentioned a concern of mine. So the only thing that I would add to that is just that the lot really slopes down towards that open field area at South Road. And so that was really my biggest concern. The poles, certainly were a distance away I saw them when they were up, but I saw a lot of pole. It didn't feel like, most of the pole was hidden. And my concern is that the cleared pool terrace will do additional clearing on that low side of the house, exposing more of the excessive fenestration. So I would recommend reducing the amount of glazing more in line with building with Nantucket in mind. And maybe the rest could be mitigated with vegetation. But the main concern is the west elevation and the amount of glazing. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. That's everyone. So Chip, I think primarily for me, well, I got a question. So this is, what zone is this? LUG?
We can double check. I'm 90% sure it's leg 3. Here we go.
Okay.
There,
Yeah,
yes, correct, leg 3.
so given that the height restriction is 30 feet, and I'm just confused because this has been reduced 2.4 feet to 29.6. So that's kind of odd. So I'm not suggesting you came in with an oversized structure to lower it, but it's very odd. And we didn't pick up on it. I certainly didn't pick up on it the first time, other than the fact it was incredibly tall, but this has really just been brought down to 6 inches below the zoning maximum, unless I've misunderstood something. So that's number one. Number two, I think it's going to be, I get the proximity, which is a concern, but I think that given its distance from the street and its orientation to the paper road, actually, that's not a paper road anymore. So I think it's going to be all right, but I just going to strongly discourage these 8-foot tall windows and doors, or 7, 11 and a half. It's just, all it's doing is masking the tremendous size of these structures. And I'm not going to get into the amount of electricity these use because that's not our purview. But, we all got to be green. So those are my thoughts. What do we want to do, folks?
I'll make a motion to hold for revisions.
Okay. Can you, I think consensus is that it's still
Those,
too tall and,
the C windows have to be dealt with, and
windows. So overall, window height sizes and the C doors.
yeah, that's my motion.
Okay, let's see. Joe, Abby, on your motion.
I'm an aye.
Joe.
I'm not on this.
Oh, wait, sorry, I see you as the alternate. Carrie.
Aye.
Connie.
Aye.
Abby's done. Angus.
Aye.
And I'm an aye. Okay, we're on to the new guest house.
Okay.
Moving fast.
Let's see, I'll share again, Chip Webster again, on behalf of the applicant for a proposed guest house at the same address. I won't walk through the presentation of the ridge poles again, because I think that you just saw that, you remember that. So we'll go right to the primary concern here was the height. So we did reduce this down by 1 foot 7 inches. Which these you can see are the proposed north and south elevations. But where I think it really makes a difference bringing that down are on the end elevations at the east and west, where it has a much shorter proportion by bringing it down to 1 foot 7. And again, what will be visible here is that upper section. You can see there's very light fenestration proposed in the upper half. So with that, I turn it over to the board for questions and comments. Thank you.
Thanks, Chip. We want to go in the same rotation. Who wants to go first? Carrie?
Yeah, well, this is better, but I kind of just feel like this should track somehow, simply because depends on what happens with the main house in terms of the height of this one. And I'm just not sure why, with such a humongous site, this is such a vertical box. I think Tom Nevers has some boxes, but I think there is also a lot more variety of architecture out here, and this just seems a little staid. I don't know, I don't think you have a ground cover issue to get something more, some more additive on the ground. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Connie?
Reduce.
My concern, of course, is the same. It's the windows and the height, especially on the north, which I'm not sure how visible that will be, but it's still just one big bank of windows on the whole north side. So maybe looking at the main house, we can make some adjustments similar on the guest house. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Joe's not on this, he's an alternate. Angus?
I agree with Carrie about the massing and working more with the grade. There's a slope here that's 2 feet across the building, and it's just getting leveled and retained. And I think by stepping down and stepping out, it would work better with the landscape. As is, it feels very vertical in relation to its setting. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Let's see, Abby?
I would just, I think because of the scrub oak, it's going to be okay, except for the second floor. So I would reduce, or just take another look at that second floor fenestration. As Connie points out, the north is pretty overly fenestrated, and then you've got the 3 windows. So just a little reduction would make it a little more in keeping with the landscape.
Thank you. I agree with Abby if the reduction of the ridges is both the gable ridge and the termination point of the shed and the structure are all lowered without changing the pitch by 1.5 feet, which would make it 22 foot 6 inches for the minutes, which is actually still quite tall for a structure of this width and that pitch. It's very tall, and I think it stands up out of the oak scrub in an odd way.
So, Mr. Chair, I agree with you, but I think on the fenestration, could we hold for revisions so he could take a look at that?
Yeah, I agree. I think the fenestration needs to be downsized. So your motion is to hold for revisions.
That is my motion.
On your motion,
I'm an aye.
Angus.
Aye.
Connie.
Aye.
Carrie.
Aye.
Not Joe, who's an alternate, and me. Okay, that carries unanimously. Chip, you got a little bit of work to do, please.
Thanks. Bye-bye.
Okay, we're on to 14 Silver. Matt, Holly's here with us. I'm gonna ask, I don't want to go back in time. We've all gotten the comments. So what we'll do with Holly here, as opposed to having a question and answer session until such a time as she leaves for the evening, is when it comes up, if there's a particular question that you have on the comments, ask the question, which is consistent with what every other board does, and then we'll go forward. Okay?
Just to be clear, so she speaks and then,
We've read our comments,
oh, okay,
so I'm not going to have comments read. It would be redundant to have the
Sure.
comments reread.
certainly.
And that's just not how we decided to move forward with it. So Holly's here. Let's avail ourselves to questions of her as they come up.
Okay,
Okay, go ahead.
all right. I was just going to share my screen if I could. Thank you. Okay. So first of all, thank you, Mr. Chair. So let's wait for this to come up. So this structure you've seen a few times. We were trying desperately to get a second floor on the addition. obviously the original structure is historic. And so we've tried to, well, we really have taken a hands-off approach to it. And so done an addition to the structure to retain as much of the existing historic fabric as possible. The previous iteration, we did have a second floor on the addition. And after looking at a number of different variations of it, because the existing historic section of the structure has, limited second floor area, and some of the feedback, most importantly, the feedback from this board, we've completely eliminated the second floor area. As far as the massing schematic, what we've done is just dropped it to a single story addition. We did keep the one-story shed bump out off the front. We think that it emulates, if you will, that front gable bump out on the existing historic structure. And so again, I think that this addition does not compete or overshadow the existing historic structure. And again, begrudgingly, we would love to have gotten the second floor out of it, but based on the board's comments, we've omitted that. And so with that, look forward to comments from the board, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Does anyone have questions for Holly? Holly, I do. One is, I just want to be, the architectural comments are very clear. I appreciate that you write these up in the way that you do because it makes it easier for us to process them. But just more on the historic information, I take it this information is, I didn't look at the COA application. It isn't included, is correct? Okay. And go ahead.
So the survey that has been referenced is the old 1989 survey, very limited. This was part of our last survey effort, so we do have an updated survey. They just may not have been able to get a copy of it.
Okay, but it is not in the application, either referenced or hard copy? Correct. Okay, so that's something I wanted to make sure that we have included for sake of posterity.
If I could, Mr. Chair, just, that's one of the things we've been kind of struggling with is that I know that these surveys are being updated, but we don't necessarily have access to them. So we basically take from all the resources that we have available to us and we submit them. So I just want to be clear that it's not something that we overlooked or
Yeah, no, I
omitted.
appreciate that. And actually, it brings up the opportunity to take a brief moment and ask Holly, when will those go live? Where?
So MHC just accepted all of them, and this newest, latest batch, if you will, to finish the fish lots will be shortly. As soon as they let me know, you'll be able to, your staff will be able to access them right on the GIS, which will take you directly to Macris. The goal is to have those little red triangles all across the entire island. So we're slowly getting there, but I can let them know.
And is that a generic link to Macris or is it property specific?
It's property specific.
Okay.
So as soon as you go onto the town's website, you see MHC inventory forms, click on that, you'll see all the triangles. You click on the specific triangle for that particular property, you'll go right to Macris, and that's when you can download the PDF, which is the survey.
And Macris is, correct me if I'm wrong, address searchable but not map and parcel.
It's address searchable, correct.
Yeah, which we go
Yeah.
to, but they're not.
Okay, so, okay, great. So we've established that and we've got some information. Mickey, are you here?
I am.
Do you guys have anything?
We do. So this is Mickey Rowland, and I'm representing the Historic Structures Advisory Board. That's myself, Jason Finger, Mary Bergman, and Marcia Fader. So Matt, if you could please go to the slide number 36. It's a good sort of perspective view of all the angles.
I have the perspective views up.
Yes. There you go. Thanks. So the one in the upper left really exemplifies my point here that the additions are too large and they're too far forward. And this is right from building with Nantucket in mind. Any addition to a historic house should be extended from the rear or side wall and kept as inconspicuous as possible. Such additions should harmonize with the massing style and details of the original house. Further, their bulk should not overwhelm the original building size. So the addition is so far forward, it really dominates the main mass. The proper way to add on to this building would be a gable addition to the rear with small warts to the sides. And another comment is that maybe flipping the addition to the other side would make it less visible from a public way. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's see. It is myself, Abby, Val, Angus, Connie. Alternates should be necessary is Joe. Val, we haven't heard from you in a while. Why don't you start?
Because when I talk, I get in trouble.
Oh,
Not just you.
oh.
I actually thought this has come a long way, and I was going to give kudos to Matt. I think it's so simplified. It is becoming more subservient. I had a question and then a concern. Push it back a little bit. It doesn't look, Matt, like that's going to hurt you in your program.
If I
And
could to that point, Mr. Chair, just because it is.
Very,
we
very
did-
briefly.
We did shift the addition back. We did shift it back by about 2 to 3 feet, I believe. I think like 30 inches. I just wanted to point that out. I didn't mention
yeah,
that in the
I
beginning.
know you did it, just maybe a little more. And the windows, are all the windows getting replaced? None of them are original?
That would be our plan. They're in really poor condition. The building has been so neglected. You're welcome to walk through at any time. But just given their condition, I just don't see how we could, keep them. But we are maintaining the exact same size Muntin profile. So I don't think you'll be able to tell any difference between, in fact, we're actually going to bring it back to what it looked like originally. Right now, they're fairly decrepit.
Okay, thank you for that. And then my only other concern was that the doors are 7.6, and I don't know if that's working against you. And that's it. I think it's going very well in the right direction.
Okay, thanks, Val. Let's see, Abby.
Yeah, I agree with Val on that score, all this, everything she said. Like, I appreciate the new approach, the scale, moving it back a little bit. I think my only concern is that shed, the little addition coming forward, the shed, I was wondering if that couldn't be like a hip that goes, it would sort of mimic the front door, but I think it's a little either too big because it goes to the eave lines of the salt box, or it looks a little sort of stuck on. So I'm not sure if a hip would help that. But yeah, I agree with everything else that's been said
Thank you,
by
Abby.
Val. Thanks.
Angus?
Whoever's controlling this, could we go to the view from the corner? It's a photograph from Pleasant Street, looking across the parking back to the house. Yeah. It's kind of this. Oh, thank you. So just the depth of this lot and the structure being moved anyway off the back side of the lot where it's been all along. The last meeting, it was suggested, and again, Mickey made a suggestion of thinking about doing this addition on the back, more in line with building with Nantucket in mind, but also on the east side of it. The visibility from this side, it's not going to, it's not like there's going to be a row of houses blocking a view of this. So what you're going to be seeing predominantly is the addition as proposed in this current location. I would much rather see it come off the back and move the original house forward, and or put it on the east side so that what you're seeing from Pleasant Street and Silver Street is predominantly the historic original structure as opposed to the addition. And I agree about the overall scale. I think it feels large and dominates the house as proposed, but you might be able to get away with the same amount of program if it goes south and east of the house where it'll be less visible. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's see. What are those?
Me?
Connie?
So Matt, I appreciate all the changes. I appreciate the simplification. I was with Abby too. That was the one thing that I kind of struck me was that shed roof over that little bump out. I don't know. hip or a gable, I'm not sure, but it just seemed a little awkward to me, but the rest of it, I think you did a great job. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thanks, Connie. So Matt, for me, I think the door height is odd. First of all, I appreciate the modifications. It definitely was necessary. Except for the fact that it is the distance it is from the street, I would be looking for that little bathroom, that little powder room bump out to be on the rear, which it won't work, or in the hallway, which it would work, or if the addition flipped to the other side. But I think given its distance from the street, modifying the window heights and the door height to like a max 7 foot, and then that shed roof being modified to a hip, I think that this little structure can support that, the difference between the roof masses. It's such a small element. And if there's any way you can make that just a little bit squinched up, that wouldn't hurt.
Width-wise?
Yeah, I just, 6 inches or something, I'd have to look back at the floor plan, but.
So if I could,
Yeah.
Mr.
Get that.
Chair,
Yeah.
and this is for the entire board, the existing window header height is at 7.6. And so that's why, which is not uncommon for a house of this age. So that's where it comes from. As far as converting.
Wait 1 second on that. We don't want to let you run away without a question being answered. What is the existing door height? 7'6"?
I don't know if the door height itself is 7.6, but the windows are at 7.6. And so we generally we prefer to have the windows and doors align.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to get that question answered. Okay, go ahead.
As far as converting that one-story shed bump out to a hip, we're happy to do that. I do think that it does add a layering effect, and it emulates the existing historic gable bump out. The other thing I would point out too is that this grade is probably about at least let's say 4.5 feet lower than the adjacent parking lot. So this abuts a parking lot, so there will be screening along the property line, probably at least a 4 or 5 foot privet. And so I think from Pleasant Street, which is probably another 4 or 5 feet higher than that, this structure is probably from Pleasant, probably like maybe 8, 9 feet lower. So in terms of the visibility, I think it's fairly minimal. I would also submit that the addition itself, I think, is complementary to the existing historic structure. We're pulling it, we're keeping it on the same side of the property where it was. It was really kind of jammed in that corner. So I think in terms of historical continuity, being placed on that side makes a lot of sense, and that's something we talked about internally. So we're happy to make it a hip roof. I think that's primary directive.
Okay, and Matt, you've got 6 inches, it looks like, on the width there, 3 inches out of each side. You're good with that?
Sure.
Okay, is anyone comfortable making a motion? I think it basically would be to modify, as an Exhibit A, modify the bump out to a hip roof and first reduce the width by 6 inches.
Of the bump?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The bump.
Mr. Chair,
Yeah.
may I ask
Yeah,
a
please.
question? I recommended having a historic determination due to some of the requests that we've been seeing after the fact. Would that be something that the commission would be inclined to tack on as a request?
That would be great.
As well as, again, the windows, as Matt had mentioned, are going to be replaced. A window survey should be included on the historic structure
No,
itself.
thank you for that. And in addition,
Thank you.
we want to address the Form B being added to the file.
Happy to do that.
And I would suggest that just for the purposes of process, what we can do is we can approve the historic determination subject to an application and a ratification vote. Because typically those things are voted independently. You're going to want it independently in the file in any event, so it keeps it clean. But then we've moved forward on it, if we approve it.
Totally makes.
Are you good with that, Val?
Well,
And the window survey.
so that,
Window survey, Form B, added to the file, 1, 2.
and how about a brand of window? There's nothing. It just says SDL.
Oh, what?
Yeah.
Matt,
We
what's
could,
the main house?
the main house with the original historic,
No, the one next door that they're building.
I think those are Andersons. That's not our project.
way.
It's- I don't know.
You're just throwing that out there.
I don't know. I'm just a total guess. It's not my
You
project.
could say Boston Sash.
Yeah, we
Yeah.
could say Boston Sash,
Yeah,
but
why don't we do Boston Sash?
yeah.
Okay. Boston Sash.
Okay.
So it's a Exhibit A to show 6-inch less width, hip roof on the bump out, the windows survey and Form B added to the file, and Boston Sash windows. And the historic determination having been granted, subject to a separate application and a ratification vote of that application.
Understood.
I can write that part.
Were we also going to push it back to the setback there, just a few feet? Looks like it could go back just,
I didn't hear consensus on that.
okay.
What's the, I am so sorry, what is the Form B? Wasn't that the historic?
Form B is the historic form,
Okay,
is the updated survey form.
okay.
So they have the prior survey in the file, but not the macros,
The updated
All right,
survey.
I'll write what part I can
and I'll help
sort
you
out. All right,
Okay,
that's my motion.
thank you, Val. Let's see, on the motion, we are
Did we
all
get?
here. I'm sorry, Abby.
Sorry, did you, the hip roof and the 6 inches?
Yep.
Yeah, okay. Sorry.
So one more time for clarity. Let's see if we can do this in reverse order. Historic determination has been granted, subject to separate application and a ratification vote by the commission. The windows, the applicant has modified the manufacturer to be Boston Sash. The HTC is not requiring a particular manufacturer, that's what's been volunteered. Form B will be added to the file, a window survey will be added to the file, and the bump out will be 6 inches less in width and to have a hip roof of the same proposed pitch. That's the motion. Val has made it. It will be an Exhibit A on the motion, Val.
Aye.
Angus,
Nay.
nay. Abby,
Aye.
Connie,
Aye.
I'm an aye. So for the record, 4 in favor, 1 opposed, Angus.
Thank you very much for your
Not
time on
opposed
this.
to Angus, just that was Angus who's opposed. Okay, we're on to 4 Easy Street. And I mullened this.
Yes, Mr. Chair, this came in March 4th, so both you and Joe mullened,
Okay,
so, right?
and we've got Abby, Angus, Connie, Carrie, Joe is a mullen who's not listed here.
Actually, it's not listed here.
And
Oh, you know, that was a,
I'm a mullen.
Joe was on this.
oh, did I screw that
Joe, were
up?
you on this originally?
Did I screw that up?
I don't think so.
No,
I looked through this earlier and it wasn't familiar.
Okay, Abby mentioned something.
I'm thinking
I
about
thought.
another application that you and Steve mullened in on, not this one.
Okay, so, good evening, Susan, how are you?
Hi, good, how are you?
Doing well, thanks.
I might be tempted to sing a little song.
Oh, nice, we can always use a little bit of that. Welcome to the HTC.
Thank you, thank you.
You kind of know the drill. Why don't you walk us through what you're doing?
I
and
do.
Kindly direct staff to flip pages as you go.
Sure. So just to start out, this is like the, since the onset of my submitting this, there's been like a ghost at play because every time I would look at these files on my computer, I would show the red cloud, I would see everything. And then I looked at it on my phone as I came in here and the clouds are not appearing on the set that's here now. So I apologize for that confusion. Are they?
Yeah.
It's just, I don't know what's going on with Adobe, but some of them are showing and some are not. But in any event, they are now there, so I'm at a complete loss. Because. No, I know that, but I'm just saying, even the ones I printed out, 3 of the 4 showed red, and anyway, just, so I apologize, but now that they're up there, I'm more comfortable with that. And I guess just to start, this is a very exciting project for me. It's kind of a dream come true. It's a great building. It started as a train barn and evolved into a retail space. And I am looking really just to, kind of clean it up, maybe do some modifications that will help it, both from a pedestrian passage as well as, in keeping with the historic. Going through Holly's notes, she found an image I didn't find, which is the big 20-light window on the front of the building. So I'm not sure where to begin. I guess, so this is a picture of it when it was in the late 50s, and Holly discovered one that it's not in my packet, but it's in her notes, that shows, the similar, that's what I'd like to bring it back to. The porch in the front kind of encroaches on the sidewalk, and so I would like to change the front to be more in keeping with this. I'm not sure who to direct it to, but the intention now, I guess there were some vents that were put in both on the front and the very back of the building, and the comment was made that they should be a 6-light versus a 9-light, and I was merely trying to fit a window that would fit in the existing framework so as not to change it, but I have no objection to making them to a 6-light. I was just trying to fit what would be the same light size. This is the more recent in the 60s when it was moved here. The building has been moved a number of times. My only comment with the larger window on this Cambridge side facade, after reading the notes, is that that's now a loading zone. And so I would love that large window really doesn't do anything from a quote unquote, from my perspective, a retail setting. So I would like it to be a 5th window that is identical to the other 4 on that side, as well as adding a 3rd window of the 4 lights that are up above. I also proposed a dormer go on this side. I don't know if we want to scroll to what I'm proposing as opposed to.
Susan, before you go ahead, I want to ask a question.
Yes.
There's 2 sets of drawings. One is a line drawing of what appears to be the proposed work that includes the window schedule. Is that correct?
I
Or
believe
is that
so.
of the existing?
Well, I'm not sure what you're referring to.
Well, I see on your window schedule, there's a dormer added.
Yes.
So is that line, are those meant to be line drawings of the CAD drawings above, or that they're different? Because the proportions look slightly different. For instance, the dormer. So which is the one we want to be looking at? The CAD drawings, these drawings, for sizing the dormer and other elements, or further down? Can you?
Yeah, I'm
flip
not sure
down?
which ones you mean, sorry. They were line drawings, and then I was asked to produce better plans, which I was not 100% clear on what that meant, so
These.
those were
Can you go
more.
to the next one?
Oops,
Either
sorry.
one down or one up. Okay. So are these these elevations are what are proposed?
That was purely just to speak to the windows that were
Okay.
there.
Because the proportions of the dormers are different, so I was trying to reconcile that before we got into discussion as a group.
Okay, no, I would go with the CAD drawings, which
Okay,
were.
thank you. Would you go back up to the CAD? Sorry to interrupt.
No, that's quite all right.
Okay, so it sounds like we've got, the HCC eats with its eyes, so we have the information we need in front of us. And unless you have a particular point you want to make, I think we'll go on to gather up comments and give you some feedback.
Yeah, that's fine, and obviously questions. I'm
Sure.
happy. Oh, the one other, if I may, I apologize. The reason that I put in some photographs of the wharf and of other retails that were more of sort of late 1800s, 1900s was just sort of my understanding of what it might have looked like if it were a retail space back in that time frame, as opposed to, and that was the reason for changing the front of this. But I did not have the benefit of the 1930 photo, which clearly shows the larger 20 light at the time. So just, that's a piece of information, so.
Okay, thank you. So, let's see, any questions for Holly on this? There's a pretty comprehensive, that's a comprehensive write-up. Very helpful. No questions at this time? Okay, Mickey?
Yes. Okay, so the lack of detail on the drawings, such as the trim details, the window casings, it makes it difficult to interpret the scale of the changes. Um, the uh, the accuracy of the drawings is a little questionable when you look at this drawing in front of you. There's a lot of space between the first floor windows and the bottom of the second floor windows, and if you compare that to the photographs, it just looks very different. Um, This is a very prominent building in the OHD. I think we really need to have more accurate drawings to judge the changes properly. Regarding the changes, the front door really should remain where it is historically, to the side, not move it to the center. And the shed dormer is much too large. It needs to be reduced quite a bit. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Mickey. Let's see, it is, as I mentioned, Abby, Angus, Connie, Carrie, and me. Who'd like to begin?
I'll go.
Carrie, please.
Thanks. I'm not in favor of changing the fenestration and the door. This building is really dynamic in the fact that it is so not symmetrical. Once you introduce symmetry, you get static sort of quality. I also think the change of color on the windows is not great. I would go back to the red trim and windows to really make them punch and read the historic building that this is in a very simplistic way by just letting that be the graphic. And I'm not against taking the porch off the front. I would keep that window on the little side street. I don't know what that is, because that's such a defining feature of this building. The dormer, I do think if you have any dormers at all, they should be small gable dormers with individual windows, maybe 3
Yeah.
of them.
No thanks.
Because the shed, I think, just changes the whole nature of the structure. But I think this is such a special building. I think it would be amazing to bring it back to its original glory and just love it as the old wharf building that it was. The side porch, I agree with Holly in that it's not the correct style for this structure. Sorry, I'm a bit of a downer on terms of what you're wanting to do. But I just think this is such a great building as it is. That's all I have. Thanks.
Thank you. Connie?
So yeah, I'm gonna echo what Carrie just said. I am opposed to moving the fenestration and the doors. And really, to me, the shed dormer, it just overwhelms the building and the historic nature of the building. You know, maybe like she said, 3 gables or something, but it's just too much on that. I think it's the Cambridge Street side. I think that needs to be really looked at. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Angus?
I agree with what's been said. I would definitely look at building with Nantucket in mind as far as the location and proportions of the dormer. Definitely reducing the size and setting it back, or as has been suggested, to go with window width, smaller dormers. I think that the window idea of replacing the, going back to windows in the gables where there are vents would be a good idea and appropriate for the building, but the 6 light as it's shown, I think in the 1967 photo, where it looks like it's just one of the upper sash of the adjacent 6/6s, as opposed to going with 9 lights there. I agree with what's been said about not filling in the porch or moving the doors. Keep the existing picture windows because they're character defining on Cambridge Street and on the front. I'm not opposed to the additional 4-light window, and I totally agree about the color. This is such a quirky building, and the fenestration is all over the place. And what sort of ties that all together and grounds it is demonstrated in all the old photos. I think there's only one from 1959 where the sash is painted white, but all the other references to the structure are muted or darker colors, gray, red. And so I think that that is the best way to move forward with this. I think that's all for now. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Abby?
Yeah, I think, Susan, I think this is an exciting project. I don't think there's a lot you really have to do to it because it's already got so much charm. I wouldn't change too much of it. If you really have to put in a dormer, I'd make sure, I would set it back into the roof more so that it doesn't appear as like a flush dormer, which means it's like flush to
Right.
that wall below it. I think it's such an important project. I was just wondering if I could offer Holly's assistance. Maybe you could work with somebody to just go, I mean, it's so important. I just, think maybe some guidance here would be beneficial. So, yeah.
Thanks,
Thank you.
Abby. So,
May I respond to any of this, or?
no, I'm going to comment first.
Oh, I beg your pardon. I
No, it's
didn't
fine.
know.
You don't
you
need
were.
to beg anything.
That's just a turn of
I
phrase. It's not. I'm truly not begging.
I certainly wasn't taking you literally, although I tend to be literal. What I wanted to say was, first of all, there seems to be a strong consensus around modifications, not making certain modifications. The dormer is one. I think that, I have my own thoughts on it, but looking at what we have here, even simply the drafting changes that are going to be required, which I'll point out in a minute, will help in the presentation and the perception because it will change the nature of what we're viewing. Susan, just very briefly, specifics. Here.
If I could comment, I might save a lot of time. I don't know if
No,
that's.
I want you to know what we need and then you.
No, I understand,
Okay,
but.
well, let me please finish because
Okay.
that's kind of what I'm here for. Window, you've got your window sash, you don't have any sill, you don't have any casings. Here, somewhat here, somewhat here. I don't know if these are the appropriate width. This isn't drawn the way it normally would be in terms of accurately representing the structure. Can we go to the dormer on the other side? Yeah, we've had too many of these come in that we need to be specific, so this is for our benefit. It's not selfless. Can we see the dormer? Simply, if this dormer comes back in a reduced fashion, we need to see corner boards if that's what you're proposing, and same elements with the fenestration. So those are the comments on the drawings. I think that Abby mentioned something, and it would be wonderful if Holly could provide design services, but she's a little busy. My suggestion is touch base with especially with respect to the dormer, with a local architect who has, a good amount of, there's several who have a good amount of experience in the historic district with respect to what's appropriate. With respect to my own thoughts, it's primarily on leaving the lower portion of the structure primarily as it is, modifying the dormer such that perhaps dormers are introduced, but that regardless of what's introduced, it is dramatically downsized, both with respect to the top plate height relative to the windows, and that the width is reduced. So those are my thoughts. Now you can go ahead, please.
Now I can speak. Well, I would have saved you a lot of time because basically I
still
submitted,
can.
no, I submitted what I wanted, fully expecting that it may be shot down. But I felt I owed it to myself to present it in the way that I would do it if I had, 100% sole discretion. With that being said, I have no issue not changing the front of the building. I have no issue not changing the side of the building, with the exception of, I would like to add the 4 light that you see on this image here. As far as the I would like to take the front porch off, that I think I heard a consensus perhaps there. The side porch, I'm happy to not have the side walls and whatnot. It was, I'm happy to just have that sort of remain very similar to where it is. The dormer was actually a last thought, just because of natural light to the second floor. And I have thrown around the idea of maybe a cupola. There's just those windows that are very, those are actually a part of the second floor, that those 4 lights, that's where they appear from the inside. And so, shrinking the dormer is not problematic for me. The red I have issue with. I would love, the trim right now is gray. I just don't love the red-gray combination. And many of the neighbors are using, like a Nantucket gray with white sashes. So those are, hopefully that's helpful. I'm not going to give pushback on many of the suggestions, but.
Sure. It's helpful. I think it'd be more helpful at the next hearing, and with respect to images, with respect to colors, I think you need to present images and of, what you're looking at in the area. And, we can do a view closer to when you turn in new drawings, revised drawings, right?
And are there it is a retail space, and so I would like to get open. Are there any things that I can do to modify and do this in stages, like take back some of them, and that would be on a staff approval, or?
I would have to say,
Unless I just leave it as it is.
Yeah,
And the other reason I wasn't as concerned about the window detail, because they're not changing.
okay, we are though. So we want to have a.
So even if they're
Susan,
there.
may I please finish? We
I
want to have a
suppose.
complete set of drawings that includes the proposed modifications at 1/4-inch scale. So they should, the elements of the drawing should reflect the elements that are existing, as they are existing, except for if they're going to be modified, and then it should show what's proposed, again, at 1/4-inch scale accurately. It's an important part of our process. It's an important structure. This is not just a one-off shed or something in somebody's backyard out in Tom Nevers. It's an important structure. We want drawings that are appropriate. Number one. Number two, whether it's a retail building or a residential building or anything else, an approval, if there's going to be modifications, an approval is required. We're happy to go through that process. We're happy to do what we can to make it happen quickly, subject to you turning in drawings timely. But there wouldn't be, I'm not reading anything in the room that would indicate that a staff approval is even on the horizon at this point. And number three, I don't know that there was consensus for removal of any of the porches. So I want to be clear on that.
Oh, I beg your pardon, that was just raised in Holly's comments, so,
Yeah, but no one said, oh, yes. We
yeah,
had
2
one
people
comment,
did.
But there wasn't, 1 person out of 5 is not consensus.
Well, 2, but I don't, yeah.
2 out of 5 is not consensus. I mean, we can go back and forth on this. I don't think it's productive.
Yeah, I don't
We're looking
either.
for revisions. I'm trying to be clear on what it is we're looking for to help keep your process on track, not to be directing you. So with that, I think we could get a motion to hold for revisions.
So moved.
Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that carries. All right, we are now on to 2A Forest Ave. Oh, actually, we're gonna take a break. Yeah, no, we're gonna take a break. Yeah, for 2 houses that could have been. They could have come in, well, no, I don't believe that's true. Lynn, I'm not gonna go back and forth. They weren't consentable, therefore they're here.
From the top of this window.
We're gonna take a break.
5 shingle courses.
Thank you. All right, we'll be back in 11 minutes at 5:45. Linda, welcome to the HDC.
Going on again?
We hope you're feeling better. Don't spread germs. We've been running the timer. Just so you're aware, Linda, it's 2 minutes for the applicant's agent. I believe there's an abutter or two. It's a minute for the first two. And then, excuse me, because there are 4 elevations per structure. After the first 2 people speak, there isn't a tremendous amount more to add. So we knock down the time a little bit. Okay, why don't you proceed?
There's different boards on both of them, though they're side by side, basically.
Old Town.
Well, your board currently
For the first one.
Thank you.
is myself,
Yep,
Abby,
yep,
Val, Angus, Carrie.
okay. Because it didn't scan well, we tried.
Okay, so just for clarity, for folks at home, what are you passing out?
We have an old South Road building here.
You guys saw this the first time to actually discuss it in.
Guys, it's hard to hear. And Linda, remember you have 2 minutes.
Yeah, March 18th. I believe Gary Nguyen or somebody brought him in here. The 2 multi-use buildings out off Forest, which is off Old South Road. The comments, there were very little comments about the structures themselves. What somebody had mentioned when I reviewed it is that they wanted to see where the tie house was, which blocks these buildings. So this one is the tie house approval in your packet there. So you can see where that's located, right on Old South Road. These buildings are behind it. They face each other, interior, the doors face interior. So if you got a view of it from Old South Road, it's gonna be very hard to do that. And this is what you asked for, which is the streetscape, the one with the green plants on it. So that's pretty much it.
And
Okay.
There's
Mr.
very little comments about the structures themselves, and they're identical, but they face
Yep.
into each other.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair,
Kath.
the reason you have the printouts is because they didn't scan very well, and I brought
Yeah,
them
see,
in the
there it
last, I brought them at the last meeting on the 15th. So, see, they didn't scan very well, so that's
Yeah.
why you have paper copies.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's a lot easier
Yeah,
to
it
see
looks
it.
like there's a little bit of mildew growing on the buildings already.
Yeah, not yet.
Okay, let's see. Again, it is myself, Abby, Val, Angus, and Carrie.
Yep.
And do we have an abutter still?
There is somebody here in the attendees, but she hasn't raised her hand.
Is there
Doesn't she
anyone who
wanted
wants to speak on 2A Forest Ave? Please raise your hand.
Yes, okay, here she is.
Okay.
It's Deb Holgate, hang on.
Let me know when she's in the room.
Deb, you can unmute.
And then we'll go to,
Debbie, you can unmute.
Deb, please unmute. We can't hear you.
There we
I
go.
did it a second time. Okay.
Yep, we can hear you. Go ahead, please.
My greatest concern is that on the streetscape, it doesn't appear that there is any grass, so it's all impermeable. And I would like to hear the answer to that.
You ready for that?
Linda, yeah, I'll just suggest one thing. Point of information is that we will review hardscape as a matter of character and setting, but not permeability, which is a matter for really parking and zoning.
Yeah, we just wanted to get the structure set. And just so you know, the one on the left, if you turn around, the cottage on the left has already been approved. The other one, they were split up for some reason. He forgot there was a second one. And that will come out eventually. But it's on the new business list, so it's not here at the moment.
Okay.
But you already approved the one on the left, and it's my understanding there's going to be plantings in front of it. But as I say, the hardscape's coming back in here, and I
Okay.
can't imagine you're going to make hardscape all the way to the street.
Yeah. Okay, thank you, Linda. Appreciate it. Deb, do you have any other comments?
I didn't realize you were talking about the front cottages, but I believe there's an application for an addition to the one that was approved.
No,
Through the chair, please. Linda?
through the chair, no. The one on the left was approved as it was put in on consent. And the one on the right is coming up under new business, and it's almost identical in a week or two.
Okay. Deb,
Probably
did
next
you
week.
catch that?
I did, but I saw something that said they were applying for an addition to put a walkout basement, for lack of a correct term for that. That wasn't
Okay.
the original plans.
I don't
Linda?
have that personally yet.
Yeah, I brought that up to, who was, Greg?
Gary?
Gary.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's that. We're gonna start, Val.
I think the reason that they were split up is the drawings were really not very good. There were no stoops, there were no decks, there was nothing, and there was also a question of them being exactly identical. Maybe one could turn, or something could be different. And I also have that concern with the two bigger buildings, but I also want to point out that this building that's going on the corner is pushed back. It's not gonna block the taller structures, because parking goes halfway back, so we are gonna see those. A positive is that the one that you will see most from the street has a door, so it looks like it's a house facing the street, the south. I just think it's unfortunate that it's so generic, like everything is exactly the same spot, you know? And what is the last structure all the way in on the lot
We don't have
with
those.
the big
yeah.
X?
We don't have either one of those designed yet. Just the two fronts and the two in the middle.
Yeah.
Okay, Gary, just on that topic, Gary had mentioned at the last meeting that the 2A and 2B were gonna be essentially replicated at further back.
Those are the big ones?
The big ones will be another set further back. Yeah.
Same size as those.
Okay.
But we're not here with those
I
yet.
mean, I'm not saying for or against, but that's
No.
just what he shared.
It's just unimaginative.
Okay.
And you will see them.
So Val has spoken. Angus?
I'm sorry, I'm just a little bit confused. The smaller buildings were up front, but that was just to give
No,
context about
okay, so I'm
screening.
gonna, let's do a reset. First of all, we're looking at a streetscape
That you
of
asked
two
for.
small buildings. However, we are not reviewing the two small buildings. We are reviewing 2A and 2B, which are the first set of garage apartments in the middle of what we'll say essentially is the middle of the lot, just for the purposes of clarity. Number two, we've been talking, the concept came up that there were additions. What that addition amounts to, it appears to be, is walkout basements. That was brought up at the initial hearing, that they should be part of the drawings because they're in the elevations with railings. The third set of buildings in that have an X, we just discussed briefly that when Gary was here, he mentioned during the original application hearing that those will be replications of 2A and 2B Forest. And I think that that's where we are currently.
So when we last saw this, didn't we have comments about revisions and getting more information other than just the context of the smaller buildings?
I believe that the primary concern was a streetscape.
Yep.
So that we could view the larger buildings in the context of elevations of the restaurant, whatever it's gonna be, the mixed-use building.
Thai house.
On Old South, and also having done a view and driven through that roadway area.
Yep.
So I don't remember specific, I do recall there were concerns about the garage doors all facing in and so on and so forth, but there wasn't, I don't recall a particular consensus on any element.
Okay,
Back to
thank
you.
you. So I think that, this streetscape demonstrates the screening effect that this will have on those little bump out garage things, which I think actually helps these two-story buildings. But across the street, and around this building, there aren't full two-story buildings, so it is a little bit different.
Linda,
You know,
please.
way up the road, but not really adjacent to this. So my concern is this, if the Thai or the restaurant, whatever it is, isn't built, you know, what are we left with, and how different is it from the context that it's in? So that's my concern.
The Thai house.
Thank you, Angus.
just-
Linda,
Mr. Just to
Linda,
clarify.
you gotta hold off. You gotta hold off, please.
All
We're
right, the
not
Thai
gonna
house has
go
been
one by
has been
one. We're
staked,
just
so
gonna
the Thai
keep
house is going
with
in.
the commissioners.
Just
And
want
the
you to
next
know.
commissioner up is Carrie.
No, I'm not.
Carrie.
I see the streetscape, that is just the two little buildings, and I agree with Angus, yes, it masks them from straight on. But with the Thai house has a big parking lot in front of it, so as you're driving up the street, these are completely visible. And I really just wish, because I don't really trust that all those hedges are gonna fit between the buildings and the parking and all that, I want the appearance of a front door on this A building, because that will be visible from that parking lot. And you're so close to that setback, the doors are basically 5 feet from the property line to get into the buildings, and it just doesn't read as anything but a garage. And if they are residential, I'd like it to read as residential, so I would like to see some semblance of a front door on the gable end on building A. Building B, I don't think will be seen once all those things are in, but it's very static. That's my word of the night.
Yeah.
Thank you. Let's see, Static
it's you.
and Abby.
I'll go with static too. I just, it's so regular, and I wish we had a site plan on here that we're just seeing this for the first time, well, like where it is, and.
It's roughly that.
No, I get it, I get where it is, and of course, we all know it, but, I just think it's kind of shoehorned in there, and it is, it's like a Lego set.
Mr. Chair, through you to Abby, the site plan's up on the board there.
And it's in your packet, and it's in the original application.
We don't have it in our packet.
Yeah, there was a
Yeah,
little.
so
misunderstanding.
let's just get a clarification on that. What is the meeting that the elevations?
So that's
March
from the
18th.
4/15, it was on the meeting, but it never got heard because there was a contentious applications. It was an old business meeting, so the
Okay,
packet.
But is in the view pack?
It's in the view pack from the 15th, is where
And
the
March
elevations
18th.
are.
Okay.
Okay, but just when we're looking at it right now. it
Yes,
would
there
be
was a
nice to have it, like,
misunderstanding
right
with-
there, so we can relate to what's around it, what.
Right, there was a misunderstanding with the applicant.
Okay, anything else, Abby?
Not really, I think everybody already said.
Okay, I guess that leaves me. So I just want to look at the floor plan.
This is,
Bear with me, because I'm going back into.
yes.
I agree with Abby. I mentioned this, or Carrie and Abby, and that I think that these are really, I mean, it's lot line to lot line, literally. I am
Setback to
concerned
setback.
about approving these without condition for landscape. Do we have the site plan up? Can we go to the other site plan, please? Oh.
I don't know if they have that one.
Okay, I believe that every corner should have a tree, and every tree should have a corner, except for these two. Which is to say there would be a tree here, 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 and here, and here, and here.
Kathy, do you have that?
Because the height is,
Is
I think, of
green
the
space one?
structures is too much.
Oh, Steve, look at the second page. He's got them on here.
Yeah, no, he's missing, see this? Can you see that from there? He's missing all the ones in blue.
I don't have blue.
I think that if the structures are gonna be this tall, then they need to have the vegetative screening, the visible screening, and if they need to make modifications to the structures and make the path work, then that's what they're gonna do, because the height is the height. And if they're gonna be that tall, then there needs to be modifications for paths. That's just my belief. If the paths aren't gonna work, then the structures aren't gonna work.
If what
because the-
doesn't work?
Because what's driving this for me is vegetative screening.
Okay,
And if the vegetative screening, which is to say the trees that I just mentioned,
Right.
aren't gonna fit because they'll be in the way of a path, then the buildings have to change in order that the paths work. Because if they're gonna be 2 stories tall, they need to be screened, because they're gonna be visible, and I think in a way that is perhaps inappropriate if they don't have the vegetative screening. That's all.
because they are garage apartments with workspace underneath.
Yeah, but see, Linda, for me, there's 2 elements. I'll just respond to you for the heck of it. There's 2 elements. One is, this is a brand-new area. It's of development. It's a development area that is traditionally, you got Donnie's house that's been a ranch for longer than I've been here, obviously. Because I worked for him my first summer, so it was there when I got here. And number 2, the new development in the area, we need to somehow make these congruent. So you have this large structure that's the mixed-use building, but it's set way back on the lot relative to these structures. It will be a parking area, and then you're gonna have, not far in the distance, like literally you could spit over the fence, these 2 very tall structures that are number 2 and 3 deep on the lot. For that to have any sense of congruity, it needs to be screened, because they don't go together. So anyways, those are my thoughts, because you
Mr. Chair?
mentioned it. Yeah.
The butter's up, her hand is up, Deb. Hogan.
Deb, did you want to speak again?
I did. When this was before the planning board, there were 2 small cottages along Forest and 2 in the back row. And somehow the back ones have grown. And also in the planning board, the garages were said to be for the apartments, not as separate workspaces. So that's a question and a concern.
Linda, can you address the kind of disparity between what was presented at the planning board and here?
Well, whatever the planning board approved, I just know that they're attached to the apartments more than likely for workforce housing. That's why there's so many on one lot.
I don't remember that there wasn't a requirement for these to have workforce housing.
There's
I
no
believe that's why
workforce.
we have 6, or we have, I think there's 8, 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. It can't get there otherwise, without workforce housing.
Right, but I don't believe that was a condition of the approval, because I don't think that number of bedrooms were there.
Yeah, they have a limit on the number of bedrooms.
No, I understand that, but the number of bedrooms triggers the requirement for workforce housing in this circumstance, but I don't think the number of bedrooms was applied for. I think what Deb said was accurate, was that they were smaller buildings, and therefore it didn't trigger the workforce housing requirement.
Just for sake of argument, planning board doesn't care what they look like.
Yeah,
It's
no, I
how they-
understand
What
that.
the uses are, so I'll check it, but that's not really right here.
For the sake of argument, I
Yeah,
love that.
sake of argument.
So, but what is applicable here, and the reason I wanted to explore that very briefly is that we're all having problems with the density of the structures. I'm having a difficulty in reviewing this, that we're not looking at the whole package, but we know there's a whole package. So I would like to, we learned good information here this evening. I think that what we would all be more comfortable with is the smaller structures being reintroduced, but not at the rear of the lot, being reduced in the middle. And then the 2 bay garage structures with dwellings above them being introduced at the rearmost portion of the lot, where they are not going to be nearly as visible, because the new mixed-use building will be obstructing them, and you'll have 2 sets of smaller buildings, and you'll have those wonderful trees we just talked about, which, by the way, are going to be a lot easier to implement, because you're not going to have the buildings going lot to lot and edge to edge. Does anyone have a concern with that approach? Does that accurately summarize our concerns? Okay. So I think for the sake of argument,
You know I love it.
we've resolved, no, not for the sake of argument, I think we've kind of resolved a clear consensus, and this is kind of morphed into more than it was, and we already had a concern about two garage buildings with apartments, and 4 isn't gonna work. So the suggestion, I think, last thing to make sure I have consensus on, is to please come back with the 2 garage apartment buildings in the rear, smaller buildings in the middle, the buildings we approved in the front, and I think we can quickly dispense with this.
And that holds true for both, even though there's one person different between the two. Just do the same thing, hold them for revisions.
Well,
on
I'm not
both
gonna
of them.
speak for the next group, but when we get to it, I'm gonna ask people to recall the conversation we just had and see if we have a majority, which I think we will.
Because they're two different people,
I
Joe and
understand,
Connie.
I understand the point you're trying to make, but
Yep.
I can't cross that bridge until we open the application. So Angus, is your motion that what are those gonna be, 3A and B? I know
No,
that
it's 2A
sounds kind of
2A
out
and
of the
2B.
box.
It's
that-
2A, the closest to Old South Road, 2B is the second one.
Oh, I understand.
They're all the same.
The 2 in the front are 1A and 1B.
No, they
They're
don't
not?
have different numbers on them. It's 2A all the way back and 2B all the way back. There's not, the individual units have to have no separate
Okay, so
numbers.
that was a lot designation, not a structure designation?
Yeah.
Okay, so just to be clear, I think Angus's motion is probably gonna be something along the lines of, the building closest
2A,
to the street
yep.
is gonna be as approved.
That one's already approved.
I,
Okay.
as approved,
Okay.
just look at that, we're on the same page. The next
about that?
building back is going to be a smaller structure akin to what was originally approved, and not a 2-bay garage apartment. That's on the left, we're just talking about on the left. The next structure back, which will be the third, will be
That
one of these 2-bay apartment structures.
Okay,
Magically, we're gonna do a mirror image on the other side, which is the right.
magically.
Magically, and we're gonna add trees. And then I think this will just go through very quickly.
Okay, because
Is
these
that your
are,
motion?
just keep in mind, guys, these are modulars as well, so we got some limitations on height when you're doing a garage with apartments over the top. They're
The
all
sooner
modular.
the sooner we get the drawings, the sooner we can resolve
yeah.
that.
Mr. Chair,
Angus,
sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
Yes, and
hold on one second.
I just wanted to say, if she's going to change the design, she'd have to send out new abutters notifications because it's a total new design. So just a little F. You can't go from a garage apartment to a small,
Sure
Well,
you
if it's
can.
under 1,000 square feet, you can,
true, but yeah,
right?
yeah, if it's under 1,000 square feet.
I think these are under 1,000 square feet
Okay.
cottages.
Oh, I don't know.
They're
I
under
can't
due
remember.
notice now, so.
I think they're 960, just my
Yeah.
eagle eye is telling me.
So sorry about that, Angus. Didn't mean to,
Thank you,
didn't mean to
Val.
cut you
Yeah, pay
off.
no attention to that.
So, thank you for that, Kathy, that's an important distinction. Angus, I think you had a motion on the floor.
I've never said so much without saying
I know.
anything. But in addition is, we're looking at 6 buildings, so let's see
Yeah, all
it
at once.
comprehensively, all the buildings, all the elevations, all of them together.
Yeah,
Let's see the
all of
whole,
them together.
whole thing.
Yes, sorry,
Yes.
I meant.
That's my motion.
I thought in your original topic, that was implicit, but I appreciate you clarifying that. Let's see, we're all here, so on Angus's motion, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, so I just want to point out that the difference in the next board is Joe is present, Connie is present, Carrie is not, and Val is not. And in opening this, before Linda gets into her 2 minutes, I would ask, is there a consensus view from, and if there isn't, there isn't, and we can discuss topics, I'm totally fine with that. But if there is there a consensus view on the prior motion with respect to 2B from Joe Paul and Connie Patton? Connie?
Yes.
Joe Paul?
Yes.
Excellent. So Angus, on your motion, which replicates the 2A motion?
Aye.
Joe?
Aye.
Connie?
Aye.
Abby?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. Okay, great. Thank you, everyone, including you, Linda. Okay,
I'm
all in
holding
one
the next
packet.
one.
Next.
I'm holding the next one for a full.
You
board.
are 20 Main Street.
Yep, for a full board.
And you are, oh, you're holding it?
Yep.
Okay.
Well, that's good because we didn't have the prior to compare to what you're proposing now. So,
For you AI-assisted minutes makers, that's Val Oliver. Don't get up.
no,
I'm just saying. So Linda, you're asking to hold, Kathy, are there any abutters in the? Yeah. If there's anyone who is here to speak as an abutter on 20 Main Street, please raise your hand. Okay, Rob, I'd ask to we hold Rob's comments until we actually open it. Okay. Okay, we're on to Fast and Furious. We're on to 27 North Liberty. Ray is not here. The board is myself, Abby, Val, Joe, Connie, no alternates. And
Yeah, that is weird.
good evening.
How's that happen?
Hi there.
How are you?
I'm good. Thank you. How are you?
We're doing well, thanks.
Okay. Michelle Kolb.
For the minutes, thank you, Michelle. And why don't you go ahead?
Okay. So from the last submittal, I have taken your suggestions to heart. And I've reduced the height of the garage to 19 feet. I've set back the second story to break up the plane on the front, as you can see from the elevations on the renderings on the second sheet. I did add a door on the back, second floor, and a little deck on brackets. And I've changed the foundation back to rendered rubble, which was actually my first choice also. And I think that's about it.
it's gonna take a minute. I have to go back to 4.8 to see what it was before.
Do we have it up there?
No, we don't have new and old together. That seems to be eluding us.
Holly, well, just while we're waiting, I'm appreciative of the fact of having comments in line with the application, so thank you. I mean, I know we can't do that all the time because of the nature of events and people revisions and stuff, but it's nice. Who would like to begin? Oh, well, actually, I'll go to Mickey to see if he's got anything.
You do. So while this style of outbuilding may be okay in Woodbury Lane and other infill properties, it is not appropriate in this historic setting. It's too close to the street. It's
That's
too
not
tall.
the submittal.
The flush dormers are inappropriate. The windows are out of scale. The very small shed roof facing Liberty Street is fairly awkward. The second floor balcony is inappropriate. There's a lot of issues with this building. Any outbuilding on this property should be simple, low, and discreet, and set back further off the street. Thank you.
Thank you, Mickey. Okay,
Commissioner,
Val is ready to start.
No, I'm not.
No, Val's not ready to start.
I can go if you want.
Abby, please. Ha,
You mind?
note that for the record.
You okay with that?
Yeah, please go ahead.
Yeah, I think, well, I think this building that's proposed is competing with the old house. And in that it is, almost seems taller, maybe because of the fenestration or the dormers or I'm not sure what it is, but I would see this building as being just a really simple barn. There were a lot of barns around the Lily Pond historically. I think specifically it might be the north elevation where you have the four windows. The windows in the dormer are just way too out of proportion, too large. I wouldn't even have dormers on the structure or even a shed doors on North Liberty. I'd just make it so simple that it gives, homage to the historic house. So I think it's too much in general. Thank you.
Thank you, Abby. let's see, Val, are you ready? Joe?
Sure. Well, there's a couple of, how do I put this? I don't want to spend too much time getting into drawing discrepancies, but it does make it a challenge to consider the structure because of the inconsistencies. So for example, if you look at the south elevation and you look at the eave line, which matches the north, that's great. And you look at the dormers, they all match. But if you run those lines across to the right, the eave lines don't line up. They line up on the dormer, but the dormer climbs up higher on the roof on the south than it actually is illustrated on the west and the east. And the eave line, the main eave line, is off. And especially if you're trying to get a flush dormer, you get into alignments with meeting rails of windows that aren't congruent. So it's almost impossible to tell what the reality of this thing would look like. And there's corner boards shown on the gable ends of, or the cheeks of the dormers, but not on the other side. So they make the dormers feel wider. So there's that. So I think that there needs to just be pay closer attention to the alignments on these elevations. And I recall that the last meeting that these B windows were, well, it's interesting because the B windows on the south elevation are smaller than the B windows on the east and west, if I'm reading this correctly. And we had talked about reducing these large windows on the east and west to be more in line with the fenestration on the main house. So I still think that there's some inconsistencies on those levels. I don't think that there'd be a lot of pushback if this building had no dormers. I appreciate the step back on the north elevation. I do think that that helps from the street. And, you know, just looking at the north, I think if that was a slightly steeper pitch with a lower plate height, you know, you might not be competing with the main house that much, but it's really these flush dormers on the, I guess, which side's the most visible? The east side, especially, where you see the grade drop, that building just gets unusually tall when compared to the existing structure. So I think we need to pay attention to the existing fenestration on the main house and try to reduce the scale of this visually, because it does feel like it's overwhelming the lot relative to the scale of the existing structure.
Thank you, Joe. Connie?
So, yeah, I don't have a lot more to add. I just think this structure, this building overwhelms the historic house, overwhelms the lot. It's, to me, I think, I'm something one story, something simpler. There's an old photo that we were looking at with a setback. It looks like maybe a little garage, something similar to that. There's really, it's hard to read because instead of writing, there's boxes. But yeah, I just, I'm just not in favor of this garage as the
Okay.
way it's proposed. Thank you.
Thank you. Val, you ready?
Yeah, I really have nothing to add. I appreciate the use of the stone. I think that's great. But, and the setback shed in the front, I think helps mitigate the overall height on just that elevation. But you've got a picture here of, it looks like a pretty big barn. Is it next to this house? Yeah, and it's just simple, and I think that's the key. It can be big if it's simple.
Thank you, Val. So I think it can be big if it's simple, but not that close to the road, personally, and otherwise agree with the other comments. So Michelle, this is gonna be the third one coming up, so we're gonna be looking for some material changes in order that it can be processed without a denial, because it's one of our best practices we voted in for, basically observance of a best practice so that your time isn't wasted, our time isn't wasted, and other applicants and the public time isn't wasted. If we don't have material changes in 3 turns, it can result in a denial, and if it is denied, it can result in a 2-year waiting period. So I just want to be clear about that up front so you're aware. Having said, do you have any questions for us before we?
Yeah, I do. I just wanted to make a couple comments on it. In the original restoration of the original house, I did not pursue that addition that would have really have greatly affected the historic character of the original house. And that was a significant amount of square footage that I gave up. The site does need storage, it's critical. And the space above, the studio space on the second floor is extremely necessary in the program of the 2 houses just by what I gave up in those additions. I did match the window size to the existing house.
Michelle, yeah, that's kind of getting into details. I think we've got more structural, forgive me, no pun intended, issues than windows and window sizes. It's about the size of the structure overall, the complexity of the structure. And I just want to be clear, a point of information. When you say you gave up, it wasn't approved. And
It was approved. The first
The
round
addition was
from
approved?
Kosciuszko was approved. There was a scheme of really obliterating any historic
Okay,
character.
I'm not familiar with it. I certainly didn't sit on it. I don't know that any of the members of the board here today sat on it. So unless that was a continuation under the 3-year extension or the prior to expiration period, then I think it's not relevant to our discussion. We're looking at the structure you're proposing, not what it would have been or what it could be if something else had been done in the past. Not to be disrespectful, but it's not part of what we're reviewing.
Okay.
So with that said, we got a motion?
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion to hold for revisions and correct the drawings so we can see what's really there and take into consideration what the board said.
Okay, yeah, we need material changes. On Abby's motion, we'll do a voice vote. Abby?
Aye.
Val?
Aye.
Joe?
Aye.
Connie?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. Okay, thank you, Michelle.
Thank you.
Now, I understand 12 Angola Street is the applicant's
Wishes
agent
to
going
hold.
to hold that until the, one of the seated members who happens to be chairing the application is back?
Yes.
Okay, so just for, I also understand we have some butters and interested parties. I just briefly want to refresh you all. If more than one hearing is postponed by an applicant or their agent, it will result in the application being moved to a later point in the queue, 2 calendar meetings for the date of the second postponement. This is the first postponement? Okay, so if there's another postponement, they get a two-week, 2-meeting penalty, which could be a month or a month and a half, depending on where we are in the schedule with new business or old. And in the event or third or subsequent postponement, the application is being moved to the then current bottom of the queue, so last in line. None of that's happening tonight. I'm just giving the abutters and interested parties that information, and if the applicant's agent happens to be listening. So we're going to move past 12 Angola onto 16 Quaker Road. And is Tori with us?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I just brought her over.
Okay, great. Tori, good evening.
We looked at this before.
Ray's not here on that. Vale is chairing.
Good evening, I'm here.
Good evening.
Oh, gosh.
Tori, you know the drill. Why don't you walk us through this?
Sure thing. So as requested by the board at our last meeting, we have rotated the shed 90 degrees as to the orientation to the road. We've revised the roof line to a salt box style to match the existing main house with the lower portion, if I understood correctly, to the the lower portion of the salt box roof towards the north property line, as was requested by you, Mr. Chair, I believe. And we've made sure there's a window facing the road driveway area.
Okay, thank you.
Yep,
Let's-
with that, I look forward to your comments. Thanks.
Thank you. Does anyone have any questions for Tori?
I'm trying to look at the old one again.
Yeah,
Yeah,
sorry, I have
guys.
one more through you,
Hold
Mr.
on,
Chair.
Tori, Tori, hold on a second. Val, I'm sorry, what were you saying?
I was just saying, I'm looking back to see the previous submission, just like the last application, so it's taken me a minute, that's all. I'm
Yeah,
just
can
saying.
can we try and filter for that? Well, we need to. I mean, yeah, if the process and policy and longstanding procedure is that you submit drawings that show what was previously submitted and what's being submitted. And if drawings don't have those, then in the past, we have authorized staff to refuse receipt, not to work with anyone and not to be punitive.
If you keep scrolling, it's here.
Val said it's not.
Just scroll
It
all the
i-
way down to the bottom.
Well, there you
It
go.
is. It is.
I don't have it.
Okay, and in terms of like process, I just want to say, it's a simple checklist. A simple checklist indicates, are the prior drawings included? In this instance, it would be on the checklist made by staff that they are included. But in the last application, it would have been very helpful to have that information. Okay, Val, they are there. Do you want to continue? Someone didn't preview.
I'm sorry,
I'm just saying.
then
Mr. Chair,
get off it.
Tori, no, you did your thing. We're gonna kind of try and do our thing.
I just had one more comment that I missed.
Tori, hold on, please. We're in our
Sure.
process. Thank you.
No problem.
Why don't we go to Abby?
Stephen,
Oh, Mickey.
thank
See,
you.
what the drill is to lose coherence and then we miss stuff. So that's why I try to fight that. So we don't approve a shed that's on a 15-foot tall foundation above grade. Mickey, go ahead, please.
Okay, so looking at that drawing right there, the shed, the salt box, we feel is sort of actually awkward in this situation. The front plate or the higher section of the salt box is too tall. There's a lot of space above the door. It really almost works, but if you could scroll down now to the original submission, this previous one. There you go. Oh, there, yep. That actually works just fine with a simple gable facing the street. I don't think there's any real need to go with a salt box. The plate heights are appropriate and the scale is appropriate. Thank you.
Thanks, Mickey. Let's see, Angus?
I agree. The simple gable makes more sense. And if the salt box were going to happen, it's, yeah, the eave would want to come down to the door and window height. But I agree with what Mickey said. It reads better in the other plan. The other thing is that it got taller. It went to 10.6 from 10 feet. And it just, even 10 feet feels tall because it's on top of this retaining wall, if I'm understanding it correctly. So it's like a shed on a 10-foot shed if it go with a lower profile on top of a 3-foot wall or 2.5-foot wall, and that gets better if it moves further away from the wall. But as proposed, it's really close to the wall. So I'd say it needs to move back away from the wall another 5 feet or so. I mean, it'd be better if it were actually behind the plane of the house, which is more, in keeping with the guidelines. And that's all. Thanks.
Thank you. Abby?
I thought I knew what I was going to say, but now there's so many options. I kind of like the idea that the shed was mimicking in the reverse the house, that it also was a salt box. But I do like the simplicity of the regular little gable with the one window. So, if, just, I'm looking at the site plan to see if this could be pushed, if this were pushed back a little bit, you would not get that sort of 10 feet on top of retaining wall. So maybe if it was pushed back a couple of feet, it might work better. But I'd like to hear what other people have to say about the salt box versus the simple gable.
Sure, thanks. Val?
Correct me if I'm wrong. Sorry, Tori, did you say it was rotated?
Yes, we rotated it 90 degrees as per your suggestion. And we're
Well, I'm
happy to
looking
put
at
it back as well.
the 4-1 application and it's in the same spot. So I think that's why I was confused.
That's the old one.
Hold on, Tori.
Yep.
Just hold on, please.
So
Yes.
I don't know. I can't, I think looking at the back of a shed is perfectly okay. It's very simple, but what I'm struggling with is application after application. Where is that?
This is,
It's
they've
right above.
turned
So it's
it now.
rotated 90 degrees.
Okay.
Okay,
No,
you good with that?
It's a simple window looking at the driveway.
All
And then
right.
Val, continue, please.
That's the proposed.
I guess, I agree with what's been said. If it can be downsized slightly, that would be a benefit.
Okay, thank you.
And I thought the reason we had originally had it the other way, was there gonna be a pool there?
I don't know.
Oh,
No,
Tori, is there going to be a pool there?
No.
no, not at all.
okay.
Anything else, Val?
No,
Okay, so the concept of the salt box originally was to not raise the top plate on the front wall, but to offset the gable forward so that the prior proposed shed top plate height remained and the roof pitch on the rear side changed and the building mimicked the primary dwelling. I'm not married to it. It's at, I'm just trying to look at this, at a 9 pitch, 5. It's just too tall at 10 feet. So that needs to be addressed. I think the door header can be buried. I would suggest that the original shed with the door header buried in the top plate, we'll bring that down another 6 inches, so it'll top out at 9'6" on top of the retaining wall kind of embankment, and that it would be approvable as the original shed with that modification and rotated 90 degrees as shown in the most recent submission. That's just my thoughts. What would we like to do?
May I ask a question, Mr. Chair?
Go ahead.
In what you were just describing, were you imagining the salt box roof going in the opposite direction?
No, I was thinking the shed would rotate as it's been proposed, and the door would be on the taller, shorter pitch side of the structure, which is, typical of a front door on a salt box.
Yep, okay.
But I don't, I understand that programmatically modifies the interior of the space pretty dramatically.
Yeah, I
And-
don't think that's a concern.
Okay, and I'm not adverse to the gable itself, but you're never gonna get the space that's required inside that shed, lowering the top plate of the salt box down to integrate the header of the door into the top plate. It's gonna obliviate the interior of the back of the shed. So
Understood.
that's why I'm made my comment.
I just wanted to make sure I was clear on what you were saying.
Okay. Is there anyone adverse to rotating the previously proposed 90 degrees and lowering the top plate at the, to integrate the door header into it?
What about moving it back, though?
And moving it, I'm sorry, I'm looking at the site plan of the proposed,
Through you, Mr. Chair, we're fine doing that as far as we can.
moving it back to where, Abby?
At least, well, it's hard, it's such a simple site plan.
Yeah, I just want to look at what you're looking
I
at.
think,
That's okay.
well, I would bring it back, what is that?
Oh, you're saying back from the road?
Yeah, back
I'm
from the,
sorry. Yeah.
because you're getting that, you
So
know, retaining.
how about the width of a thick privet, like?
It looks like 10, 15 feet.
Oh, okay.
Fiona,
I
do you mind moving to the site plan, please? Thank you. So we're happy to move it back as far as you would like.
So as far back from the driveway?
Yep.
Okay. Well, Tori, one second, I just want to make, so I don't know what the program is in the landscaping, the hardscape. Can we make it that it's, move it a minimum? Are you guys okay with that? The idea is we move it back a minimum, but they can move it back further if, for instance, they have a patio here and we say move it back 10 feet, it could be interacting in a way they don't want to. But if they move it back at least 10 feet, they can then move it back here if they wanted to, if they have a patio here. Understand what I'm saying? So it would be a minimum of 10 feet.
I don't want to brawl along this.
Well, the best way to do that is to make a decision.
Can I?
Angus?
Is there a motion on the floor?
No, I'm trying to
Okay,
get there.
so I make a motion to approve with the previous gable, but lower it to 9'6" maximum, and to move the east side of it in line with the east side of the house.
Okay. So a less significant change, fair enough. And that's an Exhibit A?
Sure.
Okay, and that puts us at a vote, which is, we're all here, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Oh, thank you, Shed. Thank you, Shed. Thank you, Angus. Okay, we're now on to 8 Copper Lane.
Thank you very much. When you're ready, I'll be ready.
You go for it, Tori.
Should I wait for the drawings to come up or?
That is outside of my control, but yes.
Okay, great. I'll start. This is an application for a demolition of an existing porch and a new replacement patio. I've read Holly's comments. We concur it is an as-built situation at this point. The photos represent a discrete lack of visibility, in general. There's plenty of precedent and examples of approved bluestone within a 500-foot radius of the applicable property. I hope you all have had an opportunity to view the property. And I also want to point out that the contractor is present there in the room. If you, or with you, if he can answer, excuse me, any questions I have not covered. With that, we look forward to your comments.
Thanks, Tori. Good evening, Mr. Trudell.
Good evening, Board. Thank you, John Trudell, and I am the demo contractor. I had a plan to remain silent and be the fool instead of speak and remove all doubt. So that being said, I'm here to answer any questions. If you had a chance to view that, I actually do have a couple of comments if necessary, but I'm here to answer any questions you have.
Okay, thanks. So I just want to make sure we're clear, John. We're looking at the demolition of the existing with a new patio and bluestone. The new patio and bluestone is in place, correct?
Correct.
And do we have I know that we saw an image of that. Do we have an image of the new one?
We have a horrible image of something.
Well, that's, yeah,
we have
this site
but we
plan
don't-
is, I think, well, clearly inappropriate with respect to the rendering because it wouldn't look like this in real life, but creates a lot of concern. So I thought we had an image of the existing.
Yeah, if I can.
Do we have,
This.
Okay, yeah, we're gonna put it up on screen just because I wanna, we're basically gonna make a determination on what, if what is there is appropriate, so maybe we
Can't
should be
believe I
looking
found
at the picture. Ruh-roh. Bear with us, folks at home. Bathroom break, reload your popcorn, whatever you need to do. Break out the Sprite, mixers if you're obliged. No high noon, though. I've been cautioned against that. It's too sweet. No, nothing. Any luck?
I guess I was confused by this picture.
It'd be funny if we had a little clock that tick-tocked really, really loud when we're in these situations. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Well, I guess I would think it was.
What is this?
I can throw some more things around.
I'd just like to see the picture. I think it's gonna be
Yeah.
much shorter than, because otherwise we don't know what we're voting on.
Well,
Because Abby, the drawing doesn't show us what's actually there accurately, so.
no, right, and I think there is a hedge between the driveway and the patio,
I agree. And
which you can't really tell from those
Yeah,
worms.
and I think that the image will put to rest a lot of questions, so.
Where is this image coming from?
It's actually, we're creating it in Chat GP, what is that called again?
Chat GPT.
GPT? That was only a letter off.
That's right, it was good.
Okay, that's cool. Is the Chat GPT machine almost done, Angus?
It's coming along presently.
Oh, excellent.
The quickest of quick.
Is that little thing spinning around?
Well, I have a question
Val,
while we're
please.
waiting.
Yes.
The last page, it says east. And just for my own clarification, it shows the curved fence. So I'm thinking when I'm looking at this picture that says west and south, it's where it's on the corner? So
Yes.
this isn't anything to do with this house that's showing the yard.
It's from the interior, right?
No, this is this side of the house, right here, but this is what we're talking about over here.
Oh, yeah,
that
that's in
true,
Nature's
John?
house.
Yes, if I may, that picture right there is the only thing you see from the road as you're passing. You'll see the two parking places for on the left side, Abby, yes. So when you look behind there, not only is that privet protecting and blocking, there's only about 3 feet that you can actually visibly see through. And then if you go into the actual patio area, there's at least 10 foot on both sides of thickly seasoned privet, and then obviously the house. So that's the only part that you actually see past the brick there through that 3-foot little entrance, but that's where the patio is behind that.
Has nothing
So I
to do with
agree,
this.
nothing to do with the right side, absolutely zero.
So that,
So, yeah, as you can see there,
Okay.
that's what you see, and
Okay, now does-
that's in the middle of a couple of.
Without
That was a
further
red
ado,
herring.
does anyone have any concerns with what's presented on the screen?
I have a
Wait a
solution.
minute, hold on. We got a couple things going on. Does anyone have concerns with the bluestone patio that's showing?
Yeah.
No, Mickey, hold on, we're gonna just go straight to, it's cut and dry, either determined appropriate by the commission or it's not. We see it in real live.
To me, it's too much hardscaping, and it's atypical. Like normally, it would be more naturalistic, but this is like divided up concrete. It just doesn't look like what's in the area.
Okay, thank you. Next up is Abby.
I agree. I think it's a little too much hardscaping, especially for the OH. So I would do something softer maybe, but I'm sure Val's going to say it. Just maybe take up a few of those, add a little more garden and soften the edges.
Val, do you want to say that?
I wanted to say, you can, in this picture, it's the dead of winter, so of course that shows everything. It could bolster a little bit of vegetation down low and put a gate and you won't see it.
Okay, thank you. That's Val, Angus, Connie?
I agree. I think it is too much hardscape, but it's already there. I agree with Val, maybe something to soften it or add some green.
Okay.
Might work.
Thanks. John, I think it's unfortunate that you've got a wintertime picture here. I think that the vegetative screening, I don't have a concern with, I agree with the concern about the overall amount of hardscape. However, I believe that given the fact that there is vegetative screening for a good portion of the year, that it's all right. And also that there's only one window through, which is a doorway, which is an arborway, and it's very limited light sign. Sorry, it was a long night. Line of sight, number one, and number two, cutting a foot off the top of that privet below the broccoli you see at the top, it's gonna rejuvenate the growth, it's gonna force growth at the lower portion. So I'm not concerned about it as long as there's some type of thickening of the vegetation. It sounds like we've got two who are too much hardscape and a few, did I misjudge, Connie, your comment? That
I
more
mean, it's not,
vegetation?
I agree, more vegetation, it's not visible. I would be amenable to that. And I would be opposed to a gate, though. I don't like gates.
Okay, so just, I'm just trying to establish where we have consensus and where we don't.
I also have one more.
Okay.
And maybe a motion, but you know how the brick of the driveway
I'm
is?
sorry, Abby, just a point of order. A motion or emotion?
The first E motion and then
Because we're not
just
supposed
the
to
M.
make emotional decisions.
Just first the E and then the.
All right.
But, so the brick is right next to the bluestone.
Correct.
And if there was a differentiation between those two materials, like a granite or that would be helpful, I believe. I'm not opposed to a gate.
Back to the picture.
Oh, yeah. And one other thing that I would say if I were to make a motion would be just to make the privet bed just a little bit bigger
Yeah.
on the inside, so it's a softer.
I agree, and it's unfortunate that the pictures of the privet that they have are just not full in, it's thick. Right now, if you had driven by there today, you can really not even see through it. You can see through that opening, so if I'm not opposed to putting a gate there, so if you had a 3-foot gate there, you wouldn't be able to see that.
Sure.
And when I say a 3-foot gate, to the right of that, there's a vertical fence with a fence cap. We could duplicate that so it would conform to what is to the right of it. And then I can tell you if you drove by there with the privet as it is right now with the gate just separating that, you couldn't be able to even look through to see that. But I'm not opposed to softening it up and even adding some extra landscape if that would help with the board.
Okay, that will be my motion then, would be to add a gate.
So it looks like this, is what he's saying. Yeah.
Yeah, like a
Piece of the type 2 fence.
type 2 fence gate, soften up the bed where the privet is, maybe do something with the bluestone so that you have a larger privet bed. And there's for extra credit, you could put in a threshold of some sort to differentiate between the two
I agree.
materials.
Yeah, a granite, yeah.
That's my motion.
Now-
And I can do an Exhibit A if you.
Perfect. And just for clarification, I presume since you're looking at a threshold piece, that the gate is going to be on the rear portion of the arbor, not the driveway side?
Yes.
Because if it's at the driveway side, then you don't need a threshold because the gate's there.
No, I think that the
Okay,
brick.
I just want to make
yeah.
sure I understood.
Yeah. no,
Okay, so that's Abby's Exhibit A, and we are here, so all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Yes.
Connie, for the record, is opposed, and 4 in favor, 1 opposed, because that's a damn gate.
It's a gate.
All right, we're going to move on to
Thank you
Cliff's
all.
Place.
Thanks, John.
Thank
Thanks,
you very
John.
much, guys.
Thanks, Tori. 11 Somerset. Oh, boy.
Trees. Wait, you did, this is, we're signing.
What am I doing here?
Oh, my God. I gotta go up here.
Like, seriously,
How's it going?
7 years of my life. I got to rethink this stuff. Maybe.
It looks good.
Okay,
Oh, looks
sorry,
good,
I'm
thank you.
mumbling. 11 Somerset Road, Val Oliver Design.
We cheated, we found a place on Orange Street.
When you're ready, Val.
Cliff was here once already for a portico on the front of his grandpa's house, 11 Somerset, and it was very elaborate. If you go to, keep scrolling, that was the existing that fell apart. Here we go. To the right is what was proposed by the person who proposed it last. And we were pointed toward a simpler portico to emulate, so that's what we are proposing.
Thank you, Val. There were comments on this or any questions? Doom, boom, doom. Okay, any questions for the applicant or their agent? And Val, I presume this is white?
Okay. What's that?
Val?
What?
White?
Yeah.
White.
And I know there was a comment, I think Holly had a comment about the door, but the door is already there. If you go back.
I don't think the lights go all the way down on the side.
Oh, okay.
They go halfway up.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, so we'll make it match the door that's there. This was somebody else's drawing.
Okay, so you're gonna put a panel under,
We'll make it match we'll make the door match what's there. I just used the former drawing and put the portico around it.
gotcha, okay. Who would like to begin? It is myself, not Ray, Abby, Angus, Joe, and Connie. 4, 5, and I'm gonna ask that we kind of pick up our speed so we can get through, a bunch of this stuff.
I can
and-
go first.
Abby, thank you.
Because I was fine with the proposed. Thank you.
Does anyone have any concerns with the proposed? Does
No.
anyone have a motion?
Motion to approve as submitted.
Oh, I love it. All
With the existing door.
With the existing
with the
door.
existing door?
Yep.
Thanks, Joe. On your motion, Connie?
Aye.
Joe?
Aye.
Angus?
Nay.
Abby?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. One opposed for the record, Angus, and Connie will write in the condition to use or mimic,
Existing door.
replicate the existing door. And the side lights. So that'll just be under conditions restrictions, please. That moves us to Miss Oliver. Chairman Oliver, please come down here for a couple.
You'll never see it.
Yeah, you're next.
I'm done? Oh, thank you very much.
Val, I'll only vice chair for you.
20.
Oh. Thank you.
Okay. What are we on now? Late Drive. Okay. Hi, Tobias.
Hey, Val. So thank you, board, for approving the other two buildings on Fairgrounds. When we initially presented this to the board, it just seemed like there was so much, it was just too many buildings, too many roof planes all at once. And so we just held these for revisions. If we scroll down a little bit, there was some concern with the board in entering the building, removing some of the solar panels on that, on what you would call the front, or just down a little more. Fiona, if you'd be so kind. little more. On that south, up a little bit, beautiful. On that south elevation, just right above the door, we removed those, put them up on the dormer. That was the major concern. And then I just, we re-put together these plans so it would show everything more clearly. And I just wanted to be absolutely clear. We noted the solar panels on the tops of the roof to distinguish that they are there, but I want to be very clear that they will not be visible. They will be below the plane of the roof. But it's always hard to show something that you can't see without showing it. So just wanted to be clear there.
No, because it has that flat inset.
Yeah, yes. But it's hard to, I don't know.
I got you.
All right, who would like to go first? Who's on this? Abby, do you?
I didn't have any concerns.
Okay. Angus?
I'm good with it.
Okay.
Ditto.
Connie?
No
Carrie?
concerns.
Does someone want to make a motion?
Motion to approve is submitted.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Thank you. Yep. So 4-weight is approved. And now,
6.
get to the next one.
Now, members of the board, I would like to present my, just scroll up, please, a little bit more. Other way, Fiona. To the site plan, maybe. There we go, thank you. So this is the second building. It's called a fairgrounds building, but it's, set back from the road. You've already approved the other 2 buildings along Fairgrounds Road. This building, same thing. There's some concerns about the panels right above the front of the building. So we move those panels onto some dormers, some other roof planes, same as the building to the right that you just approved. Just looking for approval. Thank you.
All right. Who would like to start? Anybody?
I can go.
Okay. Abby?
Okay, so, yeah, I didn't have any problems with this either. I think it's on the inside of the parking lot, and it's not on fairgrounds, and I think it's pretty, I don't know, I don't think it's going to inhibit the design of the building, so I'm okay with this as proposed.
Okay. Are you on this, Angus? This one too?
I think so.
Yeah.
My concerns are what's facing the parking on the main roof planes on the 2 gable ends in the south elevation.
Fiona, could you just scroll down a little bit to the, thank you. Oh, the
So-
south, yeah, here.
So this set here and that set there, this is up on a shallow pitch, and I'm not as concerned with that. But I think the application we just approved really didn't have anything that was facing the parking lot. All of it was on top or the back or the sides or something. So that's my only concern.
Okay.
Question to Elias.
Yep. Angus, are you done?
I am.
Okay. Carrie?
Regarding that, the ones on the left of the building, which are closer to fairgrounds, there's 6 of them.
Mm-hmm.
Can 2 of them go on that dormer and the rest go down on the end piece?
Just say it again.
So the 6 panels on the left,
Yeah,
can they be spread out between this other dormer?
yeah,
Some there, and then the other just to go here and be with that whole
yeah,
roof?
yeah, we could do that, or maybe even using some of that lower portion. I'm happy to do that.
How many are left on that far left after
I
that?
think we got
My
6, so.
arithmetic is terrible.
4? Is it just means I
I'm happy to move them over. That's
I just
fine.
think because those are the most prominent sort of places, but I think the left one is more prominent because it's closer to fairgrounds.
Well, the other 2 buildings on Fairgrounds, like that you did approve already, they face kind of the parking lot, and there is solar on the back of them.
Right, oh, yeah.
So it's like, I wouldn't want it to be lopsided, like, you know, I hear your feedback, Carrie, and I appreciate it, but I think it might be helpful if we have solar on both elements of it, just to give it some uniformity.
Well, on your graphic, looking down, it's got 12 on this side
Those are shown.
and 6 on that side.
Happy to do whatever the board would like.
Okay. Connie, did you go?
No, I was okay with this in the beginning. I think I'm still okay with it, the way it's proposed. Thank you.
Can I say one more thing?
Once they're built, if there's a way, you know, as always, to condense these panels and make them, you know, it's hard to get something approved on such a large building. But once the buildings are up, if there's some adjustments we can make to make it more aesthetically pleasing, and we will come back to the board.
Okay. Abby had a comment. Abby?
So I just wanted to say that the only thing that irritated me about this one was that, you know, like, could we fill that whole block?
That's what he suggests.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I think we're trying to do it, get rid of those and just fill that room.
All right.
Oh, I thought you were talking about the other shed dormers.
I'm happy to, you know, take the ones on the far left, move them onto the dormer, that last dormer that doesn't have any, and then move the final 3 onto the mass on the far right.
That's my motion, Madam Chair.
Yeah.
Okay. You're going to write that on the
Sure.
approval? Okay. You want to do an Exhibit A?
A second, we have a
Oh,
second.
So I just wanted to clarify. So these will really be the only ones out of the 2 buildings that are in alignment here. That'll be the only roof plane facing the parking lot that has solar panels.
except for the shallow dormers.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. I just wanted to clarify that.
Okay. So, Abby, just to be clear, can you state your motion again, please?
So a motion to approve moving the dormers on the left-hand side to be spread onto the second dormer and the rest added onto the far right massing.
Okay. And that's through an Exhibit A?
It is.
Okay. All in favor of Abby's motion?
Aye.
Aye. Angus?
Opposed.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you so much, everyone. Really appreciate it.
Quick work, Val, thank you.
You don't miss
All right, we're gonna move on to 85 Orange Street.
Oh, no.
Chris, your board is getting whittled down here. The problem is if that happens, you're gonna have to come back. So, let's see if we can dispense with this evening. Why don't you very briefly run us through the minor, not minor, but the modifications you
I
made?
think your mic's off, Stephen. Sorry.
Nope,
Interrupt.
thank you, appreciate it. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Okay. Chris?
I think I broke the mic.
Uh-oh, Chris broke the mic.
Through the comments made through the board, the main problem that was discussed was the north plane, which was essentially a 2-story mass in between 2 dormers. If you want to go down, you get a sec. But I can talk through it. It was, some guidance was given where we could create a break between the 2 stories to soften the 2-story, go to the north elevation. There, a little bit farther down. There, to soften the 2-story wall, what we did is we pushed the 2nd story back 4 feet, giving it a little bit of a break, and then increasing the roof plane. That's really the major change. Some of them were minor, adding some details to the stairs. The comments about the stairs, we have no opinion what way or about the stairs. We're happy to do. We're just trying to keep it in line with the historic photo given.
Thank you. Questions for Chris? Okay, questions for Holly? Okay, Mickey?
Yes, so it's the, looking at that elevation, the lower part in the middle where those 3 windows are, that's That wall plane is in the same wall plane as the gable to the right. So you're looking at what looks like a corner board, but it's really a flush condition, so there really wouldn't be a real corner board there. So I think that this approach is helpful. It creates some one-story additive massing, but it's confusing itself with the gable next to it. So if you could push that wall in a couple of feet, and I think you need to push the second floor wall in together with it to make it to keep the same proportions. That would solve a lot of the issues with having that flush condition. Now, regarding the front stoops, could you go to well, there's the side view of the front stoop. You could zoom in on that on the lower left. This is proving to be very problematic. I think trying to match the historic condition, which really is not very historic, you don't really see that anywhere else. I think that's becoming very problematic. I think if we would just go to a traditional balustered front stoop, it would look much more appropriate and solve all these issues with the railing, the sidewall, the shingles versus boards. It's that's what we're thinking. Thank you.
Thank you, Mickey. Now, when you say we, you're talking about your group?
Yes.
Okay, just to clarify. Okay, all right. Board is myself, Angus, Joe, and Connie. I have a question. Does anyone have a question for Chris? I think I asked that already. Chris, I do. I want a clarification. I think Mickey said that essentially on the north elevation, the right in the new first floor, second floor space, that the corner board, and Mickey, jump in if I'm to clarify this point, that corner board is flush with the first story. I don't think that's the case looking at the roof plan. Mickey, can you elaborate on that point you were trying to make?
Well, if you look at the floor plan, I could be wrong on this myself, but it looked to me on the proposed first floor.
Mickey, just so you're aware, I'm looking at the roof plan, which
Okay.
is the next sheet down.
Yep, I'm with you.
And were you referring to the modification on the
Well,
last?
look at the cross section. Maybe that's where I got my thinking. Yeah, look at the cross section shown in the west elevation.
Okay, give me a second here.
Go to that west elevation.
Can you put that up on the screen for us, please? I'm not seeing it.
On the bottom elevation, it shows the dotted lines of the proposed roof lines. That inner filled area.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Chris, can you address this?
That should not be, the roof plane would dictate that where that should be. I don't know why it should not be flush. It should be relation to the roof plan and the layouts. That's, I guess, inaccurate.
Okay, so I just want to be clear then. I think, Mickey made a good point, that wouldn't be appropriate but the roof plan is the controlling document?
It is not flush.
Okay,
Yes.
all right.
Thank you.
And thank you. And the revised, you are providing two options. One is a 4-foot and one is a 2-foot. Is that correct?
I just went with a 4-foot to lead with we're happy with the 4-foot.
Okay, so it would be the roof plan, on the roof plan sheets on the right, that's labeled 4-foot revised roof plan, correct?
Yep.
Which doesn't look
Or
dramatic.
the layouts too.
It doesn't look dramatically different to me at all, actually. It doesn't look different at all. It just looks like one of them's labeled 4-foot differently. Okay, well, in any event, we've established that that's not what you're proposing with respect to a flush face with only a faux corner board. Who'd like to begin? Joe?
Happy to begin. I'm glad that Mickey mentioned that section because I was a little confused after looking at the floor plans too. And I'm convinced that it's stepped back based on the roof plan and the floor plan. So I appreciate this and you going through the effort of creating that 1-story mass on the one of the most visible elevations of the building. So I'm comfortable with the massing of the building and the fenestration, and it's very interesting for me to hear Mickey's comment regarding the front stoop, and if his group, given their background, is comfortable with a more traditional stoop, then I would support that as well. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Let's see, Angus?
I agree about the stoop. It's just, yeah, it's just so far atypical. Just to simplify, if having it at all, it would be a simple railing. I appreciate the breaking up of this first and second story. 4 feet, I don't believe is enough. It should be more like 5 or 6 feet set back. It looks like there's maybe a little bit of room to gut the roof underneath the sills and bring the other roof, the first floor roof, down to the head casings to make that happen. And that extra gable that faces York still to me is out of place, but I think I'm the minority in the group on that one. So that's all. Thanks.
Thanks, Angus. I guess that leaves me. So, Chris, first of all, I want to say I think we've all aged getting through this one. But it's come a long way. The drawings are, pretty much spot on, and we appreciate you working with us. I have no concerns with what's proposed, given the clarification about that flush face and no faux corner board. I, unlike my cohorts, think that the stoop as proposed and as shown in the historic image is appropriate. It's certainly atypical, but I think the homogenization of stoops, I'm not for it. I'm against homogenization of stoops. I'm going to actually have a bumper sticker worked up. I just want to say on that point, and just generally, not as chair or anything else, but just as a member, I think just because something isn't seen regularly doesn't mean it's not historic. I mean, we have it right here in front of us, and I think there's value in having these kind of small idiosyncrasies. This does not need to be, it's a 4-riser step or a 3-riser step. It doesn't need to have a guardrail. It doesn't need to have a handrail. This is actually, to me, I know the materials was a question, but it wasn't a sheet of plywood. So, and it's not shingled. So we know it's either vertical or horizontal, and it doesn't appear to be vertical. So it must be horizontal. But in addition to that, it offers it serves the purpose by having these kind of half-height sidewalls that guide you up the stairs safely. And
Can you go to the historic photo?
Yeah. Will you go to the historic photo, please? It's not an open rail with the balusters, or I just find it refreshing. That's my own personal opinion. I'm not trying to persuade anyone.
You've convinced me. I would motion to approve as revised.
Well, thank you, Joe. We'll see if that carries, because on your motion.
Aye.
Can I second that motion?
Huh? Yeah, I know. I thought you spoke. I'm so sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought everybody spoke too. Sorry.
I did too. I'm sorry.
That's all right.
Connie, please go
No,
ahead.
I was going to say that I was, the same thing you did. I was for the historic stoop. I know it's maybe atypical, but I like it. I think, it's appropriate. It's historic. It was there. I would be in favor of, the recreation. And I'm also good with the north elevation. So, but I was going to say the same thing.
Thank you. And again, sorry.
That's okay.
Joe, you want to make that motion again?
Sure. I would motion, to approve as submitted.
Mr. Chair,
Okay, yeah.
may I ask for a couple of additions onto that motion? And that would be.
Well, wait, just for 1 second. Angus, you want to second it?
Yeah, I've come around to the stoop, but the rail but vertical board, because that's, I believe, what it would have been.
I'm going to revert because I really want to buy those bumper stickers. Okay, so we've got a second. So you want it to be a vertical board? Okay. what I would like to suggest is we'll leave the motion open for Holly's comments since we're in the second of the motion for discussion. Holly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That would be one for the existing floor plans of the historic structure. We never received that.
We don't, it's been demoed on the inside. We try to determine what it
I'm
was.
going to address that.
Okay. And two, for make sure that when you submit your final package, that the copy of the COA is included. It just wasn't, that's all.
Okay, the current application. Okay, just want to make sure. Right.
Submit a new one, then.
And that'll be subject to Holly's review. Okay. Okay, so I just want to comment on the existing floor plan. Chris, I think we covered this before, but if we hadn't, I apologize. What we're looking at is a close approximation of the floor plan when you went in. There's got to be some materials somewhere. We understand it's not going to be exact. We understand it's not going to be historic because the structure's been bastardized for decades. So it's really for the sake of posterity to have it in the folder, a floor plan. Please don't make it up. No, I'm teasing.
We'll use all evidence that we have available to us.
Yeah, just do the best you can with it. We understand. Number two, the concept of the COA application being revised, it should be on the original COA. And Holly can do a quick review of that. If she has any questions, she can run it by me after she gets answers from you. Okay? Is everybody good with that? So the motion is to, Angus, I got to back up. You wanted to go with vertical. I wasn't persuaded by that argument. I'm sorry. But I don't know if anyone else is. But I think with a motion on the floor, we kind of got to vote it. And if people, I just want to be clear, if you think it should be vertical, vote no. Because we don't do amendments to motions. We're not a town meeting.
What's vertical?
If you want it to be vertical, vote no. If you want it to be horizontal, vote yes. Motion is to Joe. Joe, on your motion.
Say no to my own motion.
Can you what?
Can I say no to my own motion?
Yeah, do you want it to be vertical?
Yeah, I'm looking, I want to see what did the applicant draw on here? Because I believe that it would be, in all likelihood, they'd be vertical. I was hoping to see on the historic photo if there was evidence. I mean, it looks, it's so hard to tell.
Well, I won't comment over you. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's just hard to tell, but I think that the vertical boards would be appropriate. I think horizontal, if they intersect with the shingle course, I think vertical that would be my motion.
Okay, so
But it is horizontal.
I just want
Is
to
it?
clarify that Connie is saying it's
It
horizontal.
looks horizontal to me.
And to me, vertical looks like a outdoor shower.
Okay, all right, horizontal.
Just saying,
Keep my
just
existing
saying.
motion.
Yeah.
But the motion is for vertical, as approved as submitted, other than the siding, which should be vertical on the stoop?
No, I'm gonna vote.
Now approve as submitted.
Yes.
Okay, sorry. I mean, I was willing to go with a vote, but, so Joe's got a motion, approve as submitted on your motion, Joe.
Aye, sorry.
Angus?
Nay.
Angus is a no, for the record. Connie?
Aye.
I'm an aye. And Connie's an aye, I'm an aye. So there
I
you
see
go.
horizontal lines in that. So,
Yes. Thank
Yeah.
you.
yeah, okay.
Rewrite history to suit our own
We're gonna miss you,
subjective.
Chris.
Yes.
Nice. Okay, thank you, everyone. Chris, thank you
I'll miss you
for
guys.
getting us through this. Oh, my goodness.
Wow.
Okay, 68 Giacomo, Matt,
There you go.
run.
Yeah, if I could.
The HCC, we could then
Happy
say the
birthday to
HCC
PJ.
drove him off island.
Happy birthday to PJ.
Okay, guys.
All right, I'm out.
Val, do you want to, after this, do you want to take on chair for the rest of these for the
So
night?
much better than what's there.
You did such a good job. Okay, Matt, your board is myself, Abby, Val, Angus, and Joe. Carrie and Connie are your alternates, should they be needed. And begin when you're ready, please.
Okay. Yeah, that's okay. So at the last meeting, I think that generally everybody was good with the the architecture. We did make a couple of changes, which I can actually show you briefly. But on the elevations themselves, we did add the infill porch areas on the front elevation per your request. But I think most of the discussion revolved around the landscaping. So this this is in progress, and this will be before you, probably within the next deadline, if you will. But this just shows the topography and how we plan to address it. And so this is the site plan with the existing house, or sorry, the proposed house, the approved garage, and there's a tertiary structure we're planning to come in with as well. But we've indicated where the existing topography is versus the proposed. And so obviously, because it's a sloped site, what we're proposing to do is add a retaining wall. At its shortest, it's about 2 feet. At its tallest, it's about 4 feet. And that's indicated on the plan that we've presented to you. Now, this is not the landscape plan, but I know that, Stephen, this was one of your bigger questions about how to handle the landscape. So we wanted to provide this as supplemental information. As part of the submission, we also included a site section for your review. So I think that, let me just pull up the drawings here for you too. So I don't know if you have any questions. Again, this is not like a formal review of the landscape plan itself, but it does show the how we plan to handle the landscape. I know that was a question for you, Stephen. So with that, I can turn it over to the board.
I think where I am with it, Matt, is I'm just going off the description of I mean, we're basically, this is a moved demo of a shed
Oh,
and a garage.
no, we're looking at the new house.
What am I looking at here?
It's up here, you skip down to there are other ones, it's right up here under 85.
I'm so sorry, I just got an important text and I was distracted. What, show me again?
We're right here? Yeah.
New dwelling. Okay, sorry, Matt. I was looking at new business. I caught my eye 4125, number 4 and 5 are the same address, move off demo shed and move off demo garage. Okay, back to the new dwelling. Why don't we take a look at it instead of these pretty green landscape pictures?
Okay, so on the screen, south elevation, so we've indicated the red clouding indicates the infill porch areas that the board had requested, which I thought was a good suggestion. So that really is the primary change.
Thank you, Matt. So now that you have my full attention, and I apologize, I think the most essential element just for the commission is that we were looking at a site plan to show the changes in grade, and you provide it, which is the last page.
Yes.
Okay, so that's where we were with that. Does anyone have any questions? If we could focus on the site plan, because that's where we left off asking for.
Yeah.
If we could focus on that, it'd be wonderful. And again, it's myself, Abby, Val, Angus, Joe. The alternates, should they be needed, are Carrie and Connie. And speaking of which, Matt, is this in the packet?
No, it's not.
So Joe doesn't have the benefit of this. I just want you to be aware of it.
Okay, I can probably email that to him.
Joe, do I have your mobile? I can snap a picture of this and send it to you.
Mr. Chair, the cross sections.
I'll do it.
I think I might have texted him once or twice.
The cross sections are included in the packet, but they're not as pretty to look at as the renderings.
Yeah, no, I get it. Unless, Joe, you want to
I can
recite your phone number over the YouTube.
Val has it.
I'm
looking at cross sections, and I'm
Okay,
also
good.
looking
I
at a
just sent you
before
the
and
full-
after contour plan. So
Okay, good. So I just wanted to make, because Matt had passed things out at the table. I wanted to make sure you had the same document. I texted it to you.
I'm also sharing that sharing it on the screen,
Oh,
Mr. Chair, so
look
you
at
can see
that.
it as
I didn't
well.
realize you were sharing. You've gotten so fluid with that. It's just like
on
you're a
fire
pro.
with this.
Yeah, and there was a version of this on the plan, so well, this is helpful. Thank you.
Good. Okay, excellent. So, Joe, why don't you start?
Well, it's funny because when I looked at this, I thought, gee, didn't we approve this last week or last meeting? And then I was reminded of the porch change. So yeah, no issues with the architecture. And then I think right towards the end of that application, we started talking about grade. The site sections are relatively benign, and there's some movement of grade, and there's the retaining wall where it's the most amount of grade. It looks like there's a difference of about 4 feet at the most in there. And that's interior to the lot, and presumably it's going to have vegetation on the downhill side. And it looks like you're not going to see these grade manipulations from the street. So I'm okay with this, also understanding that the actual retaining walls are going to be a separate application, correct?
Through you, Mr. Chair,
Go ahead,
yes.
Matt.
Yeah, there'll be
And I think this was just to know that there's a plan that is in motion so that if we approve the architecture, that we're not going to be spending a lot of time undoing that approval once you start getting into the landscape design. So I'm comfortable with this as the building and seeing what I'm seeing of the grade. Thank you.
Thanks, Joe. Val.
I agree with Joe. And thank you for the changes, Matt.
Yeah, my pleasure.
Thank you, Angus.
I have a question about visibility from the road here this way. The house across the street is the only one that sort of faces you as you sort of approach. And it's sizable, but it doesn't have the formality that this house has. And that's part of been my concern. Really, the rest of it, I think, fits into the context, and the things that would have been a concern for me, I believe, are on the backside or down the slope or not really visible. And the garage is going to help with the screening here. But as you come up the road here, how much that is going to be visible?
I don't think much at all. There's a strong desire to actually have that parking area, if you will, totally screened. I think the goal is to have a very private feeling it's one of the reasons why the driveway starts where it does and is not more of a direct shot to it, so that we can create this screening buffer. There's also some natural vegetation in there, but we've talked with the landscape architect, Elizabeth, about how we want to actually supplement that, because we really don't, the clients definitely don't want the house to be visible from the road, so.
I imagine that you wouldn't want the car lights and so forth shining into the house anyway. So with all that being said, I don't have any concerns standing out. Thank you.
Thanks, Addie.
No concerns.
Okay, so I'll be the contrarian here. Matt, my concern isn't with I think Joe appropriately points out that the retainage won't be visible, won't affect the perception of that area from the street. My concern is that what that retaining accomplishes is for the remainder of the house to be set at the highest point on the lot. And to me, that's a concern. It's not a concern of the majority, so, it is what it is, but I do want to express that. All right, what do we want to do, folks?
Does anybody want to see the overhead shots? Is that going to help?
I'm good with the topo
Okay.
myself. The only thing I would suggest is that we tie the, consciously on paper, the site plan topo to the dwelling. And with the condition that the landscape plan will honor the topo that's been provided and approved. So in essence, and in reality, we're approving a house and a topo.
This is the
I'll
house.
make that motion.
Okay. On Abby's motion, Abby,
I'm an aye.
Joe,
Aye.
Angus,
Aye.
Val,
Aye.
I'm a no.
Okay,
For the record, Stephen
Is the house
is a
that's
no.
there.
Okay.
thank you so much.
And
Thanks,
this is
Matt.
where it's going, the new house.
All right, guys, we are out of old business. Is 3 Miles Court here?
He is not, and I did email him.
All right, we're just gonna open it and we're gonna make a decision and he
Yeah,
can live with it.
that's
I'm
fine.
not gonna keep rolling these things forward. We'll be,
Right.
we'll be in roll forward application purgatory when it catches on and people start doing it. So we're gonna open up 3 Miles Court, regular board, no applicant or applicant's agent. Unusual, but that's how we're gonna roll with this one.
He did say that he had one, I don't know, maybe last year, that was approved on consent. And he didn't think he had to come to the meeting. I told him he did.
Past performance is not an indicator of future performance. 3 Miles Court, February 4th. Okay, gonna take a moment to get situated. That's a lot of solar. I think we're gonna, we're gonna hold this for him and let him know he needs to get in here. Okay? Does anyone have an objection to that?
No.
So we didn't actually open it, we didn't establish a board. I did say regular board, but there was no commentary. So that won't handicap anyone in the future for purposes of clarification. That's gonna move us to 45 Surfside.
And I emailed 45 Surfside as well and told her that she had to be here. And she's
Not
not
here?
in the queue, and she's not in the room.
We are gonna hold
That's an as-built.
26 Honeysuckle. That's being held, well, hold for
No,
5:13 meeting.
No, she's here.
Okay,
Hang on a
Elizabeth?
second. Yeah, let me just bring her over, sorry.
I thought I saw it.
Yeah,
Where are we?
I'm bringing her over right now.
20, we're under new business of 4-1. 26 Honeysuckle. Well, that's the idea. We want to get into more important stuff than these non-consentable applications.
What?
I humbly share.
What they said.
Elizabeth?
Hi, can you hear me?
We can. Go ahead.
Hi. Okay. The reason I propose this as a this is a little parking area for a garage apartment on Honeysuckle Drive. And the reason that I pose this checkerboard, Belgian block and grass is because, as you all know, the town now requires this 10-foot apron. And if you look at this, 10 feet is about where, I can't really see the site plan, but it is about where the setback line is. So really, it's crazy because you get a 10-foot apron of Belgian block, and then you get this tiny little bit left over of either gravel or shell. And it seems to be a very odd thing. So I just proposed that we do this in a checkerboard that would make it a little bit more consistent, but we're willing to do whatever you want to do on this.
Thanks, Elizabeth. I have a question for you, but I'll wait. Does anyone have any questions?
Yeah, don't you have to have a planning board approval for 2 driveways?
It is approved.
Okay.
Any other questions?
No, would you happen to have a picture of the existing house and driveway just to see how it ties in?
I didn't see it.
There's no driveway there. This new cut-in parking. And then there are pictures of the house. I don't know if you've got them there, but the house was part of the original approval for the apartment.
No, we don't, Elizabeth.
Okay.
Any other questions? So Elizabeth, I have one. Well, actually, I may have 2. The Belgian block we're looking at here, the checkerboard, is a good portion of this under dirt, and what you're proposing is a checkerboard with grass as in the far reaches
So
of
this
the
was,
driveway?
yeah, so let me explain. The picture that I took was just one that was seldomly used. And so it was all done the same way. It was done with topsoil. But I think that what they probably did is had a vehicle sitting there over the summer. And so it just had different use. It didn't have a lot of coming and going. This is a year-round use. So there'll probably be a little bit more of a consistency. But it was just a picture of one that I had taken that we had done in the past. And it was
Okay,
probably not very well
Elizabeth,
maintained.
I'm
Yeah.
sorry to interrupt. So you're not proposing a pattern and then a stippling effect. You're proposing a pattern.
A continuous pattern over the park.
Okay, thank you. Because if you're going to propose this, I was going to suggest you flip it around so that the pattern side is near the near the road. Okay, so are we all clear that what is being requested or proposed is the checkerboard pattern of Belgian block and grass that's shown at the head of the driveway, not towards the street? Who would like to begin? Regular board.
Can I begin? It was on my consent list.
Yes, please.
And I mean, I think it's a beautiful idea. I wish they were all like this, but they're none like this there. So I just wanted to bring it, for a board review. I'm personally fine with it, but it is unique. Not the material, but the layout.
Okay. And in the rotation, I'm just going to go with the one closest to me, who is Connie. Let's see, Abby.
I'm fine with the application.
Is there anyone who has a concern with this?
Not knowing what the other driveway looks like is my concern, but
Okay, let's find out. Elizabeth, the other driveway is what?
That's a very good question. A lot of these are asphalt. And to be honest with you, I would really have to go back and look. Because the other driveway is very, very deep. It probably runs about 30 feet deep. And it's a possible, I really have to be honest with you guys. I don't know if this
Okay,
is.
that's okay, Elizabeth. We can try and make a decision. I think it's actually a chipped blue, like a off granite.
Like a gravel.
Yeah, it's definitely a gravel, and from what I recollect. Valid question, Connie?
No concerns.
Okay, my comment is that it's an upgrade to the area. I think it will look nice, and maybe the driveway area will change over from tar when that starts to break up. Do we have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Thank you, Abby. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That carries. Now we're on to 49 Meadowview, new gate.
he's not here.
It's being held.
It's being held. Do we have any abutters who would like to speak against this gate?
No, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so no ding. If there is, then we'll ding them. 68. Shakamo, is Matt still here? Oh, boy. Okay, well, people.
Oh,
Joe?
sorry.
No,
Oh,
it's
just my name, I reviewed these and, but if Matt's not here, the only reason why I didn't put them on consent was because I think as a practice, we probably shouldn't put demos on consent. That way the public gets to see them and it becomes part of the record. So I didn't have any issues.
Okay, it hasn't been past practice, and I think we would want to, if we were going to make a policy, we should do so as an organization. I understand and respect your point. It's not that, I'm just saying procedurally. The age of these, I think, was one of them was in the 80s, and one of them was less old.
Yeah, I'm mentioning it because I don't think it. I think that you'd be able to make a recommendation without Matt's representation.
Gotcha. So we're going to open these and we can proceed with them. We will start with the shed.
I can go if you want.
Abby.
I think it's a shame to
to demo these. I mean, I looked at both of them and I think they're worth saving, so I don't know where that leaves us, but
We can always do a move.
It says move off demo.
Yeah, the structure will be a little more difficult because it's 24 by 24 in essence, even though there's some jogs in it, and roadways are 20 feet wide. Mailboxes get in the way of, anything over typically 22. But I think we can, we're the authority having jurisdiction, so we can decide what we want to do. And I think maybe what we would do is decide the shed and then leave the other one open for Matt if we were going to do a move, make that a move, just if he wanted to come in and argue his point. Or I should say a move only. The shed is like, you could pick it up and put it in a damn wheelbarrow and take it home, so I'm not too worried
it's
about
a
it.
beauty.
Yeah. Do we have a motion on the shed?
Motion to approve the move off demo of the shed.
Okay, because somebody's going to take that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think so.
Nothing.
I wish I had the room.
It'll
Take up
be Carrie. I remind you that you can't sit on one when you take the shed home, even if you have a big wheelbarrow. Carrie, you're on this. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any
When it's
opposed?
exempt from ground cover too.
Yeah, and the other thing is that, I mean, just to be clear, the move off rule applies to dwellings. I want to just briefly look at this. The garage is partially interior finished, but it doesn't indicate guest quarters. Ooh.
And it has a bedroom and a bathroom and a.
Yeah, okay, that one's gonna need to be probably advertised.
Yes.
Yeah.
So we're gonna hold that one and maybe let Matt know that we're concerned that it's a dwelling requiring, if he wants to come in. It's not gonna affect it, he can't advertise until after it's been approved by the HDC in any event because the COA is required per the recent town meeting article that was approved. Okay, we're on to 121 Wauwinet Road. You guys, we have signed a ton of these tonight, that's wonderful.
I don't see Robbie Newman in the queue.
Okay, so we're gonna skip him. Boy, if we skip everyone, then we're gonna go home. 6 Boulevard.
Okay, let me just text Katie, because she told me to text her and I forgot to.
Okay,
Sorry.
well, can we try the next one first? Huh?
I don't have.
That is probably Katie, isn't she married to a Roberts?
Oh, yeah, oh, you're right.
Okay, so let's see
I
if we
don't
can
have a
let
raise your
Katie
hand
in.
here.
Is this new business?
Yeah, we're on the, like, getting down there,
I'm
man.
gonna sit off.
Okay. Abby's gonna give you all a chance to shine.
Katie, if you're there, you're up.
I get so excited at this point. Katie? If she's not here, we're just gonna move on to Ben and then we'll come back.
Okay.
Because I don't want to spend like 5 minutes waiting around. No offense to anyone, but this is the people's business. Hey, Ben.
Hey, Ben.
Hello,
Good evening.
good evening.
Short and sweet, please.
Great, so the land bank has their maintenance facility at 125 Somerset Road. It is a very utilitarian area in its current use. Historically, it was the Starbuck Farm, and the land bank is currently using the old farmhouse as housing. And this garage barn structure is also dated to that era, probably the 50s, that this garage barn structure was a part of the farm. Over the years, it's currently being used as maintenance use. It's been repaired and cobbled together for quite a long time, and the land bank would like to continue using it, but in a slightly different location, but still on the same property. And at that same time, putting a new foundation under it, elevating it a little bit to create a little bit more practical ceiling height for equipment, and also just general repair, structural repair that isn't none of your business, but to get it to be structurally sound again. So a move of the structure and sort of a restoration and new foundation.
Okay, thanks. Let's see, Holly had comments, I
It was
presume.
mostly about the height of the foundation.
Yeah,
So I understand the concern there, but I think where it's moving in back of these other buildings, the fact that they're keeping it, I'm okay with this.
and that's Val for the minutes.
Oh, sorry.
It's okay, it's never personal. Thank you, Val. Angus, you had this for consent.
I did. And why didn't it go on to consent? I think it was the height of the foundation that was a concern. Can the shingle line just not drop?
It sure can. Yep, that's no problem. We can lower the shingle line. I think just so transparency is there, the height of the building is coming up about 9 inches overall, because we're gonna pour a stem wall that's a little taller to get it a little higher, but we're happy to run the shingles lower to conceal that open facing foundation.
Through the chair, thank you for the clarification. So yeah, if that ends up being more 8 to 10 inches of shingles is typical, I don't have any concerns.
I know.
Okay, so it'll be Carrie. Carrie?
I'm okay with this with the shingle line drop too.
Okay, do we have a motion? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Motion.
And Joe's on this, sorry.
No one has a concern, should I make a motion?
I didn't identify, yeah. Joe, I'm sorry, do you have any comments?
No, I have no concerns.
Okay, thank you. So now we need a motion.
Motion to approve is submitted with the shingle line dropping to 9 inches above grade.
Okay, on your motion,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
Carrie,
Aye.
Val,
Aye.
Angus,
Aye.
aye. Okay, we're on to the next one, just like that.
Mr. Chair, Katie is back on, and she's.
Katie, okay, Katie,
For 6
6 Boulevard.
Up, here I am. Can you hear me?
Yep,
Okay. 6th Boulevard, it's just a driveway gate. And I think I wrote on there, it's set way back. If you pull in the driveway and you turn to your left, it's where it curves that it's gonna be. I think it's 80-something feet back. I proposed 2 different gate options. One is the client's preference. That is one that is on island. But I said if that's not that's a no-go for you guys, then I propose just the Manchester V with the deer wire at the top.
I'm just surveying, Katie thinks I'm surveying the room, and I think we're going with option 2, but I don't want to speak for anyone else.
I figured, it's okay.
Does anyone have concerns with option 1 by a show of hands? Okay, so just based on the majority, we're looking at option 2. And then, Katie, this is just the gate?
Yep,
Okay. So it's Joe, Connie, and the regular board members, Angus, myself, and Val. I'm going to quickly get confused without my little cheat sheet. I'll pull that out. Are there any concerns on option 2? Option 1 isn't going to have support of the full board, so we're not going to talk about it.
Motion to approve option 2.
Okay. Let's see, on your motion, Val,
Aye.
Angus,
Aye.
Connie,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
and I'm an aye. All right, there you go.
awesome. Thank you.
Who will please write up on the conditions and restrictions, option 2, Val?
Okay.
52 Pleasant. Is Greg here?
I don't see Greg on the queue in the.
My name is
Oh,
Jake.
actually, Jake Roberts. Oh,
Yes.
Jake? Hi,
Hello,
Jake, are
everybody.
you here to represent 52 Pleasant Street?
Yes, I am on behalf of Renewal by Anderson and David Dick, correct.
sorry.
Excellent. Renewal by Anderson, 52 Pleasant. Something there doesn't jive, but we'll see what happens. Why don't you go ahead with your comments? And I'm sorry, your first name again?
My first name is Jake.
Jake. All right, Jake. You've got the floor.
All right, so we are proposing a window replacement where the existing 4-panel casement is over the kitchen sink and replacing it with a 3-panel casement. Same size, same opening.
Okay, and this is just, and what series is it again?
We carry the Acclaim window. It's the wood composite window.
And does it have the picture frame casing,
The brick
like the
mold.
400?
Yeah, we can do a brick mold or a flat stock. I think existing at that home is a flat stock, or I'm sorry, a brick mold. And we can certainly do like for like.
So I just want to be clear for the commission, the Acclaim is not a full window unit, it is an insert, is that correct or no?
No, we do this job is a full tear out due to the rot. So we are coming back to the studs. We will flange. But we do have the ability to insert and do existing openings, but generally not with windows this size and not with any rot existing. So this will be a full frame replacement.
Okay, Jake, I'm just gonna cut to the chase. What we're gonna need is a sample of this window so we can actually see it. It's in the historic district. It's a structure that, you know, we don't work on precedent, but at the same time, we kind of do in some ways.
Sure.
So we're gonna need to see a sample. I don't know if that's something that you can arrange. It doesn't have to be a big window. It can be the smallest possible window you can find.
Well, I'm going to be on island next Tuesday, and I have a casement window. It's a good 24
Okay.
by
I'd
60
like a-
casement window.
I would like a motion, thank you, Jake. I'd like a motion to hear this towards the very beginning of the meeting next week.
So moved.
Thank you. Angus, on your motion?
Aye.
Val?
Aye.
Let's see, where were we in the rotation? I just did Joe and Connie, right? Connie,
Aye.
Carrie,
Aye.
and and I. Carries unanimously. Thanks, Jake. We appreciate your patience with us.
Absolutely. I appreciate you looking into this. So is it something I can set up to get out there next Tuesday's meeting?
Yeah, you bring it on to the meeting over at Ford Fairgrounds. And my suggestion is if you have an option, I'm not suggesting we're going to make that the case, but if you have an option, bring it so we can look at that too.
Sure. Yeah, I have. I could bring a double hung as well as a casement.
Well, I just mean another window type. And then the other thing you're going to want to make sure is if you don't have it on the casements, we need to see something. This is intended to be a single light per unit, or are you going to have muttons?
No muttons, clear glass, like
And what's there now?
clear glass.
No muttons.
Nope.
Okay, so the current configuration is a 4 light per unit. So if you have an Acclaim that has a mutton profile, we're gonna wanna see that because we're very likely gonna wanna go back to a 4 light.
Okay.
I'm not telling you how we're gonna vote, but I'm just telling you the likelihood. And if that's happens, we're gonna need to see the mutton, and if you don't bring a mutton, then you're gonna have wasted your time and ours. That's all.
Fair enough.
Okay, thank you so much.
You're welcome. We'll see you next week. Thank you.
All right, 21 Pleasant.
Good evening, everybody.
Hi, Tori. Go ahead when you're ready.
Sure. We are applying for stepping stones that were not part of the prior ownership or prior applications leading from the driveway to the front porch.
Okay, Tori. Holly had commented. Mickey, do you guys got anything?
We had no concerns.
The board is Angus, Vale, myself, Carrie, and Joe, right? Yeah. Okay. Does anyone have any concerns?
No.
Does someone have a motion?
Motion to approve is submitted.
In favor of your motion, Angus?
Aye.
Val?
Aye.
Carrie?
Aye.
Joe?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. Carries. Next.
Great, thank you.
10 Straight Wharf.
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to ask to hold to the beginning of next week. Holly never got to these. I just spoke to her. She didn't think we were going to get this far. So she never got to 10 Straight Wharf, and I'd like to give her
No,
a
I
shot
thought
at
we
it.
saw it.
No,
I think we got
I just
it.
spoke to her. And the same thing with 25 Hussey, because I'm representing the neighbors that are opposed, and she hasn't looked at 25 Hussey yet either. And Joe's here. But
All right, well, I'm
have,
not going to go through it, but, okay, so do we have any abutters?
It's not here.
If there are any abutters in the queue on the Zoom, please raise your hand.
There's nobody.
20, that's what I wanted to bring up, 25
Oh.
Hussey. She didn't look at that either, but I
Linda,
do
please, hold
represent
on,
abutters.
stop. 10 Straight Wharf.
There's an abutter for a different project that's raising her hand right
Okay,
now.
it only, at this point, abutters to 10 Straight Wharf, please.
There's nobody raising their hand.
Okay, so we're gonna, motion to hold this, well, I'm not really comfortable, like,
Right. Right.
moving it to the beginning of the meeting next week.
Yeah.
Well,
If you're
whatever,
gonna-
there are things in front of me that didn't get heard because of one.
Yeah,
way or
it'll just go
another.
in the queue is
Just
where it
in
is.
the order, yeah,
Okay, okay.
that's fine.
I just wanted to make sure we were clear.
Yeah, no,
Okay.
that's fine.
So you're gonna
Because
do
I-
that with 10 Straight Wharf and 25 Hussey?
Well, Joe's here, but 25 Hussey, I am representing the immediate abutters, and I sent them home because nobody thought you were going to get there, and Holly hasn't looked at it yet.
I'm, and as a representative for the applicants for Hussey Street, given that Ray sat on the garage demo, I think it makes sense to have the same board for both structures, so I'm fine, just going back into the whatever order we need to be in.
Okay, thanks, Joe.
That's great, thank
Do we
you.
have any abutters otherwise?
No, I'm the abutter.
No one's raising their hand right now.
Okay, no abutters 25. Okay, so that's just gonna stay in the queue, both 25s. We skipped over 111 Old South. Is X Smart here?
He's not here. He left and he's not in the queue.
Is John Archer here?
There's no John Archer.
John, where are you?
14.
We're on 1 North Swift
Yeah, so
Rock.
there's an abutter who has her hand raised, but Matt McEachern isn't here anyway.
Matt isn't here and we're moving
No.
swiftly.
Yeah, so Lisa, will put your hand down for now. He's not
No,
here.
14 Dukes Road, John Archer isn't here.
All right.
1 North Swift Rock. So let me just consider this for a moment.
Who's here? I guess.
We've accelerated
It's crazy.
to this one. The applicant's agent isn't here, which is not unreasonable. We're just moving like lightning. So I think, do we have a record? Has this been held before without,
Which one?
1 North Swift Rock?
No, it's not.
Okay, so it's a one hold, there's no penalty, and it would be very improper to assess it. So 1 North Swift Rock will be on next
It'll be,
week, new business, and it's gonna be earlier in the meeting, right? Because this is our new business.
yes,
So it's gonna be in the first 10.
yes.
Okay, so for the abutter, that's where we are with that one. We'll apologize, but there was no way for the agent to know that we would have moved this quickly. It will be in the meeting within the first, I'd say the first 10, based upon what I'm looking at. 37 Cliff Road, partial demo, any abutters?
No, there's nobody in the queue for that.
Okay.
Would
38
you like-
Chuck Hollow Road.
Would you
is
like me to-
your- Pardon me?
Well, I'm going to ask who's in the queue for what application, because there are a few people.
No, we're just gonna keep going.
Okay.
Thank you, though. 38 Chuck Hollow Road, is Uri here?
Uriah is here, yes.
Okay, Uri?
Yeah.
Hello, can you hear me? Good
Oh
evening.
my God, Uri, it sounds like there's marbles in your microphone. It's so hard to
Oh.
hear you.
I don't know why.
Okay, let's see if we can get through this. Go ahead and present, please.
Wait, what's the address?
So this is a simple application for the fence, kind of almost around the whole property and the gate. There is a elevation on the top of the page for the gate. The fence is pretty much a deer fence, 6 to 8 feet high, and a black mesh. Pretty much try to make it as invisible as possible. Inside, of
Okay.
course, inside the vegetation.
So the board is Angus, Abby, Val, myself, and Joe. And I'm just gonna cut to the chase at this point. We've got a fence on the perimeter, chain link, not really ever gonna be supported. And it needs to be moved in at least 10 feet into existing vegetation. If there isn't existing vegetation, it needs to be made to be screened. Is that a fair comment?
Yes.
Yeah, but not chain link, right?
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying, not chain link. It needs to be a 4-inch on center square galvanized. So, are you okay with an Exhibit A and we're gonna move that, or you wanna
Yes.
redraw this?
No, we can do it Exhibit A. We can move
And I
it 10
wanna,
feet.
I wanna clarify, I'm sitting here looking at people's faces. Joe, I can't see you, so do you have a comment that you'd like to add? I'm more than willing to accept it. I didn't wanna close you out on that.
I agree with everything that's been said so far regarding the chain link and the gate. I just wanted to see how, it's back from the road and it's all natural. So I agree with what's been said.
Okay, and then the only other thing I'd add is, can we knock the posts down to 8 by 8? These 16 by 16 are
Oh, come on.
abysmal. Okay, so can we get an Exhibit A motion for the fence relocated a minimum of 10 feet into the property, screened by existing vegetation and/or supplemented vegetation along the road, and the gate post 8 by 8 max?
So moved.
Thank you. On your Exhibit A,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
Val,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
Stephen. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. We are now moving on to,
Honeysuckle Lane.
geez, we're moving so quickly I can't even keep track. 22 Honeysuckle, new dwelling. Linda?
And if you're gonna ask for a alternate to sit, Joe looked at these already.
Oh, I'll sit off them.
Okay, well, Carrie and Connie are up.
Well, wait,
Well, it's a new application.
New application, but he looked at 22 and 20, and he put 20 on consent, but he had one comment about 22, so he's looked at them pretty intensely.
Oh, I see what you're saying. I'm sorry, I didn't see Joe there.
Yeah.
Do you got, anyone have a concern flip-flopping? Okay. So Joe, you're on this, and it would be Carrie.
You didn't like his comment, so he's off it?
No, I liked his comments, but I just want to have
Okay,
him explain.
no crosstalk. We've got work to do.
I don't remember my comment, so let me see.
Okay, 22 Honeysuckle. Linda,
You want to
present.
put it up? You've been out to this subdivision a billion times now, and we're closing in on the last 3 or 4.
Board again.
Yeah, I won't.
Is it, 20 went on consent, which is right next to it. 22 is next to this one. It's in between 20, and these are the bigger lots.
Linda,
twice the
just
size.
elevations, please.
And they are on the outside, backed up to the Evergreen, Daffy, that whole area. And it is a 5-bay with a small addition, and in between it and the clubhouse, which is the next one over on 24.
Okay. So, pardon
It
me.
is what it is, I know, Val.
So it's Angus, Val, myself, Joe, and Carrie.
It's one of the
Val?
nicer ones in there, put it
Linda?
that way.
Val?
You know, I usually like to see what's next to it, but I don't know what to say. It's.
We can hold it for additional, we don't have to
No,
approve something just because we're here.
It's visible if you want to pull it up from
You don't
last
even know
week.
what street you're on when you're in there, so.
I understand, but we can't let frustration overtake us. It is, if we need additional information to make an informed decision, then let's ask for the information. I'm sure Linda won't mind.
Yes, I will. But you want to pull it up from last week? It's in there.
No,
20.
no, we, typically we ask for pictures of the area.
Oh,
And,
they're in there.
There's
a ton of pictures.
okay,
no.
well then, do you want to tell us what's on the left of this house and on the right?
There you go. There's nothing on the left. That was 20. On the right is the clubhouse, which I believe if you go further down, you'll see the clubhouse. I went all the way up and down the street on that side, and then I gave you pictures of what's on the other side. That's the street right there, and the clubhouse is the one on the left, if you go back up a little bit.
Linda, there's structures on these lots. I've
These are
inspected them.
these are two vacant lots, the last ones.
Those, yeah, but there's structures around there.
Yeah, which I've given you
I think we
pictures
should
right
hold
there.
this for review.
Well, wait, look, I've given you all the
No.
pictures of everything on both sides and right next to it, right there.
It's hard to make, like, look at this. Can you scroll down, please, Fiona? This
Across the street,
I'm sorry, but that doesn't inform, no, this one, no,
keep going,
that one, thank you.
keep going.
No, that's the one. I think we're gonna do a view.
Well, I gave you those two structures right down below it.
Linda, we need to be able to make heads or tails of this. And we've got other stuff to do. I don't want to have to suss through that. One member has expressed a legitimate concern. We're just gonna go do a view and then we'll pick it up
Because
next
all the
week.
pictures right there.
Pictures. Okay, it's not a streetscape, which is typically what we have when we review these homes.
Yeah, but not, they're all built out now,
Which is why we're gonna go do a view.
except for
Okay.
these lots.
I know that you appreciate all that we do and that you're okay with this. Can I get a motion to hold for review and we'll pick this up next week? No?
And
You wanna discuss it?
I'll throw in number 20
Come
so
on,
you can
Val,
see that.
please.
I don't care. I mean, really.
I won't be at the meeting next week. That's the only reason why I didn't speak up. I will say, just having reviewed this, I think I appreciated the fact that there wasn't a gable forward, because a lot of this development is a lot of gable forwards. This was an eve forward. It was just the 30-foot ridge height that made me pause.
For me, the ridge height next to what is the concern?
Right.
Hence the view.
Same height.
Don't
Okay.
know it?
Well, that will prove it. So
Can
if
we
we have a
put that
view, yeah.
Thank
Well,
you.
that's not there yet, so I will include 20 for you, so you can see what was
Thank
already
you.
approved.
Yes. And
Okay.
we will, so Linda will provide supplemental information by the deadline in order for it to be accepted. We will do a view. That is Val's motion. Val, your motion.
Mr.
Aye.
Chair,
Joe,
Aye.
Angus,
Aye.
Carrie, Connie.
Carrie,
I'm not gonna be here next week.
no Carrie.
Connie was an alternate. You're gonna vote for her.
I got it.
Yeah, sure.
Mr. Chair,
Just want to maintain that procedure.
next week is new business. That deadline was yesterday.
Okay, so this is,
So if you want it to be heard at the beginning of next week, it's new business.
yeah.
So she'd have, we don't have, I mean, she'd have to get it in by the view pack, but
Yeah,
Well, unless we request it. I mean,
By-
basically,
by
we're
noon.
rolling this,
by noon Thursday, okay.
yeah, we're rolling this application over.
Okay, yeah, just
I
make,
just want to make sure I have enough members here next week, though,
You're- Yes,
because Joe and Carrie are not here next week.
and Angus and Abby is an alternate.
Okay, because
So
Abby got
I
off.
don't- Linda, please.
I got it, I just have to fill out the form.
Yeah, well, fill it out. You know you've been here long enough to know there's alternate.
Okay.
Okay. 1826 Spark.
Hang on
Yeah,
to
I'm
it.
not
Next
sitting on
week.
that.
Next week.
Okay,
Mr. Chair,
yeah.
5 Meter has several abutters, and we did not send you their comments because we didn't think you would get this far.
Next week's fine.
Are they here?
No, because they didn't know
Okay,
they'd be
well,
heard.
We're gonna hold that.
Yeah.
Okay, just,
Next week's
let-
fine
George
for us.
Street, is Mr. Hollister here?
no.
No, but that's the,
Linda, stop. Is George Berg here?
George Berger's not here.
no, George's not here.
Okay. Amended minutes, March 11th, approved 4/15, approved minutes, March 18th. Is there a motion?
I'm gonna
Abstain. So don't make
yeah.
a motion and you can vote. Is there a
Okay.
motion?
So moved.
Angus,
Aye.
Abby,
I couldn't open my minutes.
Abstain.
Sorry, yes.
Val?
Abstain.
Actually, can I activate Connie and Carrie?
Yeah,
Because we're gonna need a majority vote. Connie? Carrie?
I,
And I abstain. Actually, I'm a no, I haven't reviewed it. Was Angus, Abby, Connie, Carrie, and myself, and Abby abstained, I'm a no. Next meeting is May 20th, same bat time, same bat channel. Thank you, everyone. 8:10.
Motion to adjourn.
On your motion, all in favor of Angus's motion, Connie, Jackie?
Aye.
Thanks
Good night.
again.
Aye.
Fiona, there's a box of pizza up there, please take it. I was gonna bring it down for you, but I didn't want to interrupt Elias's presentation.
Can we sign this before you guys
Yes.
go?
I'm missing one.
Yeah, it's right here.
Oh, okay.
It's 100 Main Street.
No, it says 38 Chuck Hollow.
Oh, sorry.